Oh, spooky, scary. Well, let's get rid of that. Right, this is the layout we got. Trust me, this is incredible. This is what we always want it to look like. I'm just going to quickly be double checking that everything is working everywhere. So give me a moment for that. Get rid of that. Right, this is the layout we got. Trust me, this is incredible. This is what we always want it to look like. Let's just turn that up. I want to make sure I got all these audio settings and stuff right. Alright, I think that's alright. At least on YouTube, and now let's check Twitch. I can't see it. Okay, that'll be no. I can't see it. Okay, that'll be no. I can't see it. Okay, so that's going to be an infinite loop unless I move my phone away. Okay, you know what? I'm going to say that is working. And we're going to work with the consequences of that as they come. So, the sort of layout I've worked on here. Oh, God, okay, yeah, I can't minimize that. I need to put it under there. Yes. I've already got one monitor, so multi-chat is here. But if I ever click on it, that goes to there, so we're going to pretend that isn't there. We got music down here, which should be safe for Twitch. It said, like, that's what it's saying. Yeah, so we are going to so I've already got some ideas. What I'm going to do first, though, is we're going to mute this music, and we're going to watch the Global Game Jam keynotes. I watched a little bit of this at uni, but they only showed parts of it, so here you go. We got 9 minutes. That's certainly a way of orchestrating this. Excuse me.
Hello, I'm Susanna Pollock, President of Games for Change, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to the 2025 Global Game Jam. Whether this is your first jam...
Kai, you should be well aware.
Just followed.
Okay, that works. You should be well aware that I do not have Monster and will not be having Monster. I've got soy sauce, so that, you know, there's that.
Or your 10th, you are now part of a worldwide community of creators using games to spark innovation and change. What excites me most about these game jams is seeing creators like you bringing fresh perspectives to game design and play. Over the next 48 hours, you'll learn new skills, push through creative challenges, and hopefully make a few friends along the way. Remember, some of the most impactful games started as simple prototypes at game jams just like this. And sometimes the most unexpected solutions come from working within limits.
Look, I've got one monitor. I don't know how else to see the chats. So this is what we're dealing with.
But before you kick off the jam, I have some exciting news. University-age students can now...
Yeah, phone, but I've got Twitch and YouTube streaming. So I can only see one of the chats. Whereas like this, I can see both.
now submit their work to the annual Games for Change Student Challenge for the first time in its 10-year history. We are thrilled to be able to offer entry to the competition to 18 to 25-year-olds. This expansion allows even more young people to get involved in our community and to creatively address real-world issues through game design. You'll learn all about the Student Challenge themes, how to submit your games and awards and prizes during this jam.
Yes, that's the point, Kai. It's multi-chat. It's multiple chats. But that's... So yes, I can see it.
We can't wait to see what you create. Good luck, have fun, and happy jamming.
Game Jam. My name is Berkeley Agnes, the Chief Marketing and Growth Officer here at Xsolla, and we are humbled and honored to sponsor this year's Global Game Jam. We believe in providing equal opportunity and access to everyone around the world. It doesn't matter what
the YouTube tab is there for music.
type of game you have, where you're located, how big your company is, to provide unique opportunities like this so you can create something magical, something amazing, and then deliver it to your players and fans around the world. Good luck today, have fun, and enjoy the game.
Hey, this is what I figured.
Welcome to the 2025 Global Game Jam. I'm Maria Burns-Ortiz, Executive Director of Global Game Jam, the world's largest game jam. We bring together jammers from all levels.
Oh yeah, I know. I just thought there's no real need to have the chat be the whole side. I might as well, people could see what music is being played. Ooh. Even if it is just Twitch safe stream music.
All around the world. Not only build games, but build community. GGJ is more than just the 48-hour whirlwind of the next few days. It's where people create their first game, and make connections that lead to jobs or publishing deals. It's where they learn new skills and make lifelong friends, building out local game industries and ecosystems and connecting all of us from across the globe through the universal language of game. I want to thank everyone who makes GGJ possible. Our amazing staff, sponsors, board, executive committee, the volunteer regional organizers and site organizers for their tireless efforts in coordinating the sites you're all jamming from today, and you, the jammers, without whom this event would not exist. We can't wait to see the games you create.
Hello everyone, I'm Jess Rowley, the Events and Program Manager for Global Game Jam. Game jams are an amazing combination of creativity, community, growth, and fun. It's a time to share your ideas, meet new people, and take part in a worldwide initiative to create new games. I just want to take a moment and thank everyone who's worked so hard behind the scenes to make this year happen. From the board and the staff, the committees, the sponsors, the countless volunteers who come together to make this an incredible experience for you all.
There we go. Is that better for you? We've actually got something down there now.
Stories, and I hope you all have an amazing GGJ 25.
Hi, my name is Hugo Obi. I'm the founder of Malio Games, a mobile games development studio based in Lagos, Nigeria. It is an honor for me to present the keynote address for the 2025 Global Game Jam. Every year, creators from around the world get together to create amazing games during this time-boxed event. It's always an incredible experience to bring new ideas to life, especially one that is interactive, giving users control of the outcomes. The Global Game Jam is an excellent way to kickstart a new year. Whether you're a seasoned jammer or this is your first time participating in an event like this, connecting with a community of like-minded individuals, exploring new concepts, and implementing creative solutions is truly satisfying. This is what I love most about the games industry. A truly global platform where creators like us can apply ourselves to create amazing experiences for users around the world. As you start to think through your ideas, I want you to consider a couple of things. Be open-minded. Leverage this opportunity to learn something new. Connect with people far and near. People from all walks of life participate in this event. Build new connections and collaborate with others. Be your authentic self. You have a unique perspective, and apply that as you create your games. I want to wrap by sharing this quote. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It's the willingness to continue that counts. This is a mantra that I subscribe to, and I want you to consider it as you continue
He said subscribe and it detected it.
Don't be defined by the successes or failures you encounter along the way, but rather by the determination and willingness to continue creating amazing experiences. I wish you the best in this year's event, and I hope that you discover new ways to continue to bring amazing games for the enjoyment of people around the world. Oh, and don't forget to have fun. Thank you very much.
You could have smiled a bit more. He looked very deadpan. Evil dog. I mean, I already saw what the prompt was earlier at uni. There we are. Bubble. Which is, yeah. Right, is there anything else to this video? Because we stopped watching it there. Right. Okay. Honestly, I'm going to leave this as just a blank YouTube tab because I'm probably going to use it plenty. Right. What I'm going to do, because I know what I'm going to be making. I brainstormed it on the walk back from uni. We're going to be making a 2D game, and we're going to call this, and the bubble bar of so there we go. And we're going to create a new folder for it. There we go. That's totally memorable. We're going to use that. Sure. Right, what do I want to be using Unity 6? Actually, I'm just... What is diff... Oh, wait, I should turn this back to the timer. What is different about Unity 6? Faster rendering, lighting options, multiplayer, AI... Okay, so basically nothing that I need to worry about, really. So I'm down to make this as a 2021 project. No, there's no reason not to make it Unity 6, really. Right? Screw it. Standard render pipeline... Let me check that's still in the right folder. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to start creating that whilst I put down all my brainstorming stuff. This will technically be Elegance's debut game. So this is Elegance, Bangalore, and the Bubble of Forgotten Dreams. There we go. Which we're then going to copy and paste again. Realistically, no, that should just be title. It's too big though. Oh well, I guess. The vinegar. It's not banger, and it's a dictionary, Grammarly, right? So the idea I'm doing the turn off the music now. It's just going to distract me, right? So the idea I'm going for, whilst the Unity project is opening, is basically. I mean, Kai, you'll get this. So, you remember the goddamn Sea of Quanta, or whatever it was? where bloody Bronya had to get through all of the different bubble universes. That's kind of what I'm going for. Kind of. To an extent, right? So... so basically, I'm gonna be making a platforming sort of stuff, because it's stuff I need to learn for my uni projects anyway. Elegance will not turn into a bike, unfortunately. The idea will be, like, the main plot idea is making way through bubbles. Each bubble is a snapshot version of a project. Bloody hell! I never ended up going through with. You need to film the vampire command. Fair enough. I'm surprised you aren't already modded. Honestly, back when I used to kind of think I would get somewhere by streaming, I don't think you were. I don't think we knew you yet. Wait 1 second. There we go, add as mod. There you go, congratulations, you're now a Twitch mod. I know I don't stream, I used to a little bit though. Which was more than likely, I mean, not even more than, which was when I modded other people, so. And she's immediately banned. Alright. So we're gonna have right. Heading 1, let's do mechanics. So ideally I want to do my first goal is going to be making the platformy stuff alright. So we're gonna stick to basics originally. So, you know, movement shouldn't be too hard, should be able to get that ticked off pretty quick. Jumping, sprinting, crouching, sliding, sprint, jumping. Shall we add? I'm gonna hold off on wall jumping, I think. So that's the sort of basic stuff. Then we'll stick in teleport, gun. What are the other abilities? Reach-ups, resolve, perspective switch. Selective sight I can do. I'm going to hold off on that though. I think just these two are necessary for now. And yeah, obviously we'll have a health system. And enemies. Bosses. And we'll sort of do that. Then art, so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and jump back and forth between art and programming, depending on how I'm feeling about stuff. So art, we're going to need elegance, obviously. What is going on over there? What is it? Oh, that'll be the Unity project. Get out of the way, I'm in chat. There we go. With various 2 to 3 levels is what I'm going to aim for the jam. We'll see how far I get with that. I mean, obviously I'll aim for 1 level first, but 2 to 3 levels would be ideal. We'll do a... what was the first story I made? I forget if I even named it. I don't think I did. Yeah, so we had Real, which was the game when I accidentally copied The Matrix before having watched The Matrix. There was... I forget what it was even called, so let's just do... she was... Let's call it Lucy's Quest. It was a stupid little thing. It was about as generic as you can get. And then Seraph Tale, which was my cringe. Screw cringe. My like Undertale OC thing that I made when I was like 14. And then we'll have, you know, other stuff. Depending on how much time I have. What other sort of stuff do I need? Obviously, we'll do visual novel conversation talky things. Script for now. That's looking good. Sounds I'll probably just steal because I don't know sound stuff yet. Honestly, yeah. Climax for above. Then we'll need Lucy old, Seraph oldest. Lex, old, Seraph, old, because he was the villain in 2 of those stories. Sky, old, Seth, old. We'll stick those as the characters on. What is this? Okay, it's Grammarly. Can it go away? I don't want this random thumbprint on the my screen. Right. Okay, well, what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to get a start, and we'll sort of see how things go from there. So, with this, we're going to... Ta-da! There we go. Right. Making a start straight off the bat. We're going to... What's going on down here? No, that's not right. What can I... There we go. What assets are you trying to import? You shouldn't be trying to import any assets. I've literally just started the project, you know? Clear. They're probably fine. Universal Render Pipeline. Probably not even going to use you. Right, okay. Let's start with... Where's... It was in here somewhere. Let me set back up the music. Or not. Right, let's go. Our first search of many. There's Bracky's got a video, because I'll always go for Bracky's.
Collaboration is key for team success. With
He came
ClickUp,
back
you can
recently,
easily
didn't he?
manage your team's tasks and timelines in one app.
Making your game art in tiles can be beneficial in a lot
Yeah, he
of
did.
ways. Because tiles are so modular, tile maps make it easy to create new levels and modify existing ones. Some good examples of games that utilize tile maps really well are of course classics like Mario and Pokemon, but also a lot of newer indie games like Spelunky and Stardew Valley take advantage of this art style. So in this video we'll have a look at how to use Unity's built-in tile map system. Also special thanks to Judeman, Beffio, Infinity PBR, Yorai Omer and Hans Hoftun for their support on Patreon. And with that, let's get started. So I just opened up Unity and currently we have nothing in here. But in order to start creating tile maps, we need to have a tile set. I went online and found this pretty cool tile set by Leonard Papin. As you can see, there are a bunch of different elements like rocks, dirt, grass and water. And if you have a look at the ground tiles only...
Right, let's make ourselves a basic... hang on. I'm gonna make a folder for this. I'm getting these naming conventions are gonna get small. So let's just call it tile map 1. Okay, wait, damn it. Okay, that just didn't work. That's great. Let's Control Alt C. 2160, 2160, 2160, 2160. There we go. And then we move that layer. We save this in pictures, elegance bubble. What would we? Just tile maps 1. Okay, Brackies, keep talking.
This is what we see. Of course, if you want to learn how to create your own tile sets, I have a tutorial on how to do that in Photoshop. But there are really a bunch of tiles in here and...
Okay, let's watch that first then.
Why can't we stay organised? I've experienced this myself, and it's called chronic
Shut
impulse
up.
control.
Most of the time when making a game, you don't have a huge art team at your disposal. That means it's important to think about the ways that you can reduce the amount of time you spend on art. And tile-based artwork can be a great way of creating simple elements that can be reused over and over again. So in this video, we'll have a look at creating tile sets in Photoshop. Also special thanks to Judeman, Beffio, Yorai Omer, Hans Hoftun, and Infinity PBR for their support on Patreon. And with that, let's get painting. So before we start creating our own tile set, it's probably a good idea that we define what it is. Because when it comes to tile-based graphics, there are a lot of terms being thrown around. So here are a bunch of examples of tiles. A tile is basically just a small image, usually rectangular, that acts like a puzzle piece of art for building larger images. You can imagine how to combine some of these tiles to create pretty interesting levels. A tile set is a collection of tiles that work together. So you can see I have 4 different tiles that I've gone ahead and copied and rotated in various ways, and together they make a tile set. Using this tile set, we can paint maps or environments like this one. So I quickly put this together using Unity's built-in tile map editor. And you can see how using only these simple elements, we can quickly put together a level. You can see a huge number of tile sets made for Mario. There's one set for ordinary platforms, one for sand style platforms, one for snowy platforms, icy platforms, and so on. Overall, this image is what we call a tile atlas. An atlas is basically just a collection of all of your tiles.
Bracky's my goat.
So this is just one big image containing a bunch of smaller images. So now that we have the terminology in place, it's time to start creating our own tile set. And to make this easier, I've gone ahead and created a Photoshop tile set template that you can use. I'll of course have a download link for this in the description. It's now double-click it to open it up in Photoshop. And here's what it looks like. As you can see, we have 4 different tiles. We have the side tile, the corner tile, the filler, and the inner corner. By placing and rotating only these 4 tiles, we can create full-on environments. I've also included a few examples of how these tiles look when stacked next to each other. You can see here that we check how outer rounding looks, how inner rounding looks, how all of the tiles look together, and how the sides.
He's back. He came back though.
Too recognizable. And if you have any weird-looking scenes, if you want to go ahead and edit a tile or create one from scratch, we simply need to find the corresponding layer down here in the layers panel. So I want to start with the side tile, and so I'll double-click on the side tile layer. This is going to open it up in a separate window. Let's go ahead and zoom in. And this tile is made using pixel art. If you've never made pixel art before, I have a tutorial for pixel art in Photoshop that you can check out. So in here I have a bunch of different layers. I have some grass and some dirt. Let's try and create a new layer. Let's go to the left here, hold down on the brush tool and select select pencil tool, just right click and make sure to set the size to 1. And now if you try and paint something onto a texture here, save it, and go back to the tile set template, we can see that all of the side tiles update accordingly. And so you can really easily preview your changes. Of course, this doesn't look too good, so I'm going to go ahead and remove it. And in fact, I want to start from scratch and show you kind of what my process looks like. So I'm going to select our grass and dirt folders and delete them, and now we have a blank canvas to paint on. I also want to be able to preview my changes without switching back and forth. I'm going to take the Graphics tile set template, drag it out, I'm going to zoom out of it, and make the window fit, and now we can drag this in the top right corner of our screen. And at this point, we're ready to start painting away. Just to make sure that everything is working, I'm going to do a quick smiley face here, and when I say this, we can see that things are working. So the first thing that we want to do is lay out the foundation of our tile. And the main thing to think about here is how will it look once our tile repeats. In general, we want to make sure that what we paint on the left-hand side of our image corresponds to what we paint on the right-hand side of our image. This way we won't get any weird seams. We also want to avoid highlighting a particular part of our tile, because in general this will create a very clear pattern, and therefore reveal that our tile is repeating. So if I go ahead and draw a line that goes like this, and say that, we can see that this is very clearly repeating. The line doesn't add up. And that's of course because the left-hand side and right-hand side of our tile do not match. Whereas if I were to draw a line like this, we can see that when I save, we get a uniform line without any breaks. So I'm going to select a basic grass color, and I'm going to lay the foundation for our grass. Now even though this doesn't look like grass at all yet, it's a good idea to try and save your changes and see how it sounds, because we want to make sure that before we start adding detail, the overall layout of our tile works. And as you can see, it actually repeats fairly nicely. I do however think that this point of it right here stands out a bit, and this is actually where we see our tile. Let's try and remove that. There we go. Now it's much harder to see where it ties. You'll also notice that if I go ahead and add a very clear piece of detail right here, as I said before, this will make it very clear that the texture is repeating. I think this all speaks for itself here. So try and make it as uniform as possible without it getting too boring. So now we can add some highlight to our grass. This is probably also where I should say that I'm not an artist, and so you will have to excuse my artistic skills. But hopefully you'll learn something anyways. So I'm going to select a light green this time, add a new layer, and I'll see you in a second. So this looks alright, and we can go ahead and add another layer of highlight. So I think that's actually fine for our grass. Now it's time to add some dirt. For this I'm going to select a light brown color. I'm going to go to the left hand, hold down on our shape tool to select the rectangle tool, and then going to click and drag to fill out the entire bottom part of our image. And let's also drag the layer to the bottom.
How many pixels is he working with?
Bottom part of our
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 32. Okay, 32 pixels. Honestly, I'm gonna 32 by 32. Let's see what we can 30 do. Why am I pasting? What would I be pasting? Remove. Tile 1. Right, let's just. Obviously, we're gonna want to turn this down. We're gonna want to turn off pen pressure. God, okay. I never figured out how to. Edge blur off. So basically I want to turn off anti-aliasing in brush settings. No. God, I've never edited a brush before. See, that looks fine. That looks fine there. How did I get it to be so small earlier? Like that, okay, cool. Cause no, it's still like it wants to smooth itself, which I don't want. Pen pixels only. On Reddit.
Hello, and today I'm going to be showing you how to set up Krita for Pixel document and Pixel Grid a little more zoomed out.
God. Oh, I don't want to watch an Adobe stock advert!
Zoomed out than you would doing regular art. And go ahead and hit OK, and you'll need to restart Krita for that. I set mine to 64 by 64. Then presets. Krita comes with one called Pixel Art, which you can find by searching for it in the brush presets.
Searching the brush presets for pixel art. Pixel. Is this it? Ah! Ha 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 ha! Perfect. Okay. That was a sidestep that I did not need to make, but I did anyway. Right, what should our basic area look like? Let's just go for a grey, rocky sort of. Let's turn this into a sort of this colour. Keep this in line. And then we got rocky ground. We can stick some darker patches. Honestly, let's just fill this in. Then we can really sort of go for it with a lot of this stuff. This just looks bad.
Our image, blue, grass, shadow, dark. And I'm
See, he ended up making a good one. I might just also make a grass. That might be the shout. So he starts with a fairly light green. We do something like this, that, up, down, all around, and cut that down quite a bit. God, I might have to darken this up quite a bit, I don't know.
I'm gonna select add a very clear piece of detail right here. Artist and
Ah, right. My bad. You see, he started with a darker. So he started with, like, not this dark, but like, it's more yellowy. Go there. God. I got a lot to learn, but this will allow me to create something more proper here, so I'm not complaining, really.
So you will have to excuse my artistic. I think that's actually fine.
Yeah, I have to excuse my artistic skills as well, apparently. Flippin' heck, Tucker. Right. Bit brighter. Yeah, pixel art I need much more experience in. Jeez. Majebus. Oh yeah, it needs to tie into itself, so we'll do that. Then one more.
Right, and we can, if we now say
and then under it all, grab a brownish.
like this, we can see that it starts to look like a top, but everything
Lighter, I guess. God.
everything currently looks very flat. That's because we need to add some shadow, and I'm actually select a darker green, but I also want to make it more blue. That's because shadows in general are tinted a bit blue. Let's go to the top here and select a color, and I'm gonna paint in some shadows.
Okay. Dark green. Shift it towards blue, make it dark. And yeah, shadow.
I'm going to call it grass shadow, and I'm actually also going to add a layer to the top, which I'm also going to call grass shadow, and that's just because I want to define it a bit more towards the top of added shadow to our actual grass. We also want a bunch of shadows bleeding onto the dirt, and maybe even some detail in the dirt itself. Let's go ahead and
Sure. I guess.
add another, need a darker. We've only added shadow to our actual grass. We also want a bunch of shadows bleeding onto the dirt, and maybe even some detail in the dirt itself. Let's go ahead and add another layer. Let's call it dirt shadow. Light. Let's choose a darker brown. As you can see, there's a tiny bit of detail. And finally, once you're satisfied, we can add a tiny bit of detail to our dirt base. Of course, we could go in and paint this manually, but I found a very easy way to do this is by using noise. If we duplicate our dirt base by hitting Control J or Command J to on the map, you can go to the top here, undo filter, you can then go under noise and hit add noise. Then it's going to ask you if you want to convert it to a smart object or rasterize the image. We can just rasterize it, and now we can add noise to our image. I'm going to select uniform, make sure to select monochromatic if you only want the noise to be black and white. We can then choose an amount, I think this is fine, around 3%, and hit OK. Now this definitely already makes the dirt look more interesting, but I think it looks. We duplicate our dirt base by hitting Control J or Command J if you're on the map. You can go to the top here, undo filter, you can then go under noise and hit.
I wonder, do I also have that in Krita? Filter. Noise, noise, noise. God, okay, not that random.
Add noise. Then it's going to ask you if you want to convert it to a smart object or rasterize the image. We just rasterize it, and now we can add noise to our image. I'm going to select uniform, make sure to select monochromatic if you only want your noise to be black and white.
Right, how... Random noise, but I don't want it to look like that, obviously. There must be a way to burn, color dodge, darken, lighten, erase, no. Multiply, no. Saturate, nearly. Honestly, saturate, if I just make this layer like partially opaque, that's not bad. I could deal with that.
We then choose an amount, I think this is fine, around 3%, and hit OK. Now this definitely already makes the dirt look more interesting, but I think it looks way too much like noise. However, if you hit Control T, we can scale it up a bit, and this makes it seem less like noise and more like a padding. So if we now save, we can see it adds a nice bit of grain to our texture. We can right click and delete the vector mask here, and
maybe we don't want to do that. Okay, that's what that is.
instead we can go in and remove the dirt at the top here, and it can also be a good idea to remove a bit of the noise along the sides here, just to make the tile more even. There we go, there are plenty of stuff that you can still do to this, but if you try and full screen our tile set template, we've actually created a side tile, and the exact same techniques apply to all of the other tiles. For the corner tile here, what I recommend doing is actually using your side tile as a base. If you go ahead and disable all the layers that are already there, we can go into our side tile, we can select all the layers in here, right click, go duplicate layers, paste them into our corner tile, we can then switch over to our corner tile. What I then recommend doing is grouping these, so we'll hit the folder icon or press Ctrl G, we'll then duplicate this entire group by hitting Ctrl J, we'll then use Ctrl T and rotate it by 90 degrees, so I'm holding down Shift to rotate in increments. Then we can go under the group on top here and remove our two dirt base layers, and we see it already kind of starts to look like a corner. We then go to the bottom here and make sure our dirt base here only goes in the actual corner, and remove anything from the dirt base noise layer here. I bump up the size on this brush so we can Control T, then we can go under the group on top here and remove our two.
Right, okay. So I'm going to save this as by pasting that again, rotating the bottom one 90 degrees, turning off those, Going into here, getting rid of all that jazz, and this jazz. So down this jazz, why is it not going rid of? This is the one that's on, right? Aha, right, yeah, because that's shadow. Duh. Which is one of these layers, right? Oh no, it'll be one of these. Honestly, we will get rid of this here, and we'll replace it with that, I guess. Let's add a bit more to this. Let's do that. 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 There we go. That's a corner tile. Sure is. Save that. Then what?
The dirt look here, right? Remove anything from the dirt-based noise layer here, but if we were to preview it, it's actually not too bad. Of course, definitely clean it up, add more detail, and overall just have fun with it, but that is the basics of creating tile sets in Photoshop. So that's pretty much it for this video. If you want to see more...
Okay, tile filler, which would basically be bye-bye, bye-bye, wrong button, the remove layer, turn off all this jazz, and duplicate and move up slightly. There we go.
And there are even multiple tile sets for the different elements in the scene. So,
and now I guess we will open up just everything here. Don't need two of tile filler. And yeah, let's... God. That's going to be way too big. So let's do this. 256. Let's do 256 by 256. All right. What I'm going to do is that, Control Shift I. Okay, that didn't work. That. Is there a select inverse? Trim to selection. That'll probably do it. Is there anything outside of that now? No, don't think so. Cool. So I should mean if I place this. Never mind. So that didn't work pretty objectively, I'd say. Aha! Never mind. Alright. No, stop grouping yourself under yourself, for God's sake. You don't have to open yourself up after you have done what I told you not to do. I mean, honestly, that doesn't look fantastic, but I'll take it for now. We will, for this, we're going to group you two together. Nope. We're going to group you two together. There we go. Then we're going to do the same thing. We select the whole thing. Trim to selection, and then we should be able to paste you in here. Just make sure you line up. Okay. Just group those three. Save that, grab this. God, I am. Another corner. That looks good to me. Another side. And ta-da! Oh god damn it, they're all placing inside of each other again. This is its own thing, and this is its own thing, I think. Who knows at this point? Yep. Okay. And you are yourself. Thank you. Is that right, or is that not right? I think that's right. We need 2 more corners. So that's just objectively not where you're meant to be. There we go. Another corner. And finally the filler, which, dear God. Okay, Okay, we forgot to do that again. It's the same as before. This, trim to selection, copy, paste, move over, move down, move over. Yeah, there we go. That's my floor. And then I guess we would stick one of you here and one of you here. And that's a tile map. Control-C. We're going to make the height 128. Okay. God damn it. We're going to group everything. We're going to move that group to the middle. And then we're going to Control-C 128. And then we're just going to make sure that's central. And yeah,
But
right.
just to keep things simple for this tutorial, I've gone ahead and created a simpler version of the tile set, and I'll of course have a download link for that in the description. Let's take this file and import it into Unity. Let's click on it, and you can see here I've just selected the most basic ones. Now first we want to make sure the texture type is set to Sprite, 2D and UI. We'll then change the sprite mode from single to multiple because we have multiple sprites in here. We'll also change the pic.
Sorry, I was not paying attention.
And I'll of course have a download link for that in the description. Let's take this file and import it into Unity. Let's click on it, and you can see here I've just selected the most basic ones.
Right. So Unity. I'm just going to create a folder for tile maps. Because sure. Then we're going to go straight to pictures. It gets bubbled. Let's make a folder in here for tile maps too. And then we're gonna. Oh yeah, wait, hang on. We're going to save as PNG.
Now first we want to make sure the texture type is set to Sprite.
I feel like actually, annoyingly, I'm going to need to place all of this stuff specifically. I get the feeling. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, just in case it becomes necessary. God, this is a nightmare. This is my checking how big a square should be. Square. Or my checking where a square should be square. Which we're also going to have to use over here in order to show myself exactly how far I have for this, and voila, probably. I don't know. We can wait and see though. So this is meant to be a PNG. Where's the PNG? There it is. There's the PNG. All of you. Why are you not in there? Apparently you are. Skip it. Right. Now, finally. Unity. Imports. New asset. Pictures. Elegance bubble. Tile maps. Tile maps. Right.
2D and UI scene. So just to keep things simple for this tutorial, I've gone ahead and created a simpler version of the tile set, and I'll of course have a download link for that in the description.
Hey, I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch actually, Henry, at the same time. So I don't know what you're talking about. What was it doing? Can I put sounds in the game? I can put sounds in the game. I do somewhat even plan on putting sounds in the game. Not really good at that.
Let's take this file and import it into Unity. Let's click on it, and you can see here I've just selected the most basic ones. Now first we want to make sure the texture type is set to Sprite 2D and UI. We'll then change the sprite mode from single to multiple because we have multiple sprites in here. We'll also change the pixels per unit to 32. The reason why is that the size of each tile in my tile map is 32, and I want one tile to be 1 unit big.
I think mine was also 32.
Then because we're dealing with pixel art, we want to set the filter mode to point so it doesn't get blurred out. And we can also go down here and disable compression. Now if we apply these settings, we can open up the sprite editor, and here we want to define each individual tile. Luckily we don't have to do all this by hand. We can simply use the slice option up here, change from automatic to grid by cell size, because we know the size of each tile. That's of course 32 by 32 units with no offset and no padding, and we can just go ahead and hit slice. And you can see it actually automatically registers all of our tiles. I definitely recommend you go through and see if everything is here. It certainly looks like it. With that we can simply hit apply, and if we now close down our sprite editor, we can drop down this menu on our object, and here we have each individual tile as a sprite.
Right, so that's just not worked. Right, that's why.
Here's all of our tiles. I definitely recommend you go through and see if everything is here. It certainly looks like it. With that we can simply hit apply, and if we now close down our sprite editor, we can drop down this menu on our object, and here we have each individual tile as a sprite.
Hey, that's actually worked pretty well if I say so myself.
So next what we want to do is create a tile map. To do that we go to the hierarchy, right click, go to the object and select tile map. And you can see it automatically creates this object called a grid, and select tile map.
Okay, so problem. Newer version of Unity. I've got more options. I'm going to say rectangular makes sense.
And you can see it automatically creates this object called a grid. That's because all tile maps in Unity are rendered using a grid. So if we go to the scene view, we can see all of the grid lines, and of course in each of these grid cells we can now place tiles. If you've ever used the UI system, think of the grid just like a UI canvas. We can of course configure stuff like cell size and gap here, but in most cases you probably just want to leave those be. Then we can expand this object, and under here we have our tile map. Now we can consider a tile map in Unity kind of like a layer. If we want multiple tiles on top of each other, we simply want to create multiple tile maps that we can draw onto. So this here is our first tile map layer, and so we can call it something like tile map underscore base, just to let ourselves know what we want to paint onto here. And our tile map has two components, a tile map, which has configurations for the layer, and a tile map renderer, where you can configure stuff like what material to use. But we just want to leave all that by default, and instead we want to go window and bring up our tile palette.
There we are.
And this window is where we find all of our tile painting tools. We can go ahead and drag this to the right of our scene view, and maybe also give it a bit more space. Now as you can see we have a bunch of different tools at the top. I'm going to show you what each of these do in a second. First we want to create a palette, and a palette is basically just a collection of tiles that you can choose from at any given time. So we want to go ahead and create a new palette, and we'll call this palette something like ground tiles. We just want it to be a rectangular grid, and we'll set the cell size to automatic.
Right, create new
And now we can hit create. Now each palette is stored as an object in your project. So we could go and create a new folder here for all of our palettes. So I'm gonna call this palettes, and we can go into the folder and hit select. And there we go, we now have an object in here called ground tiles. And you can also see it selected right here. And in fact it already tells you what to do. Drag tile, sprite or sprite texture assets here in order to add them. So we can go to our tileset example and select each one of our sprites. And then simply drag them into our tile palette. Now Unity is going to generate a tile asset for each sprite. And since we have quite a few sprites, this means quite a few assets. So you probably want to go ahead and create a subfolder for this. We can call it tiles. And just to stay very organized, inside of this we'll create another folder called ground tiles. Let's hit select. And Unity will go through and generate all the appropriate tile assets. And as soon as it's done, we should see all of them in our tile palette. You can also see on the left hand side here that if we go under our tiles folder and under ground tiles, all of our tile assets are here. And if we select one of them, we can either change the sprite that the tile asset uses, we can tint it a certain color, or mess with the collider type. But again, for now, we'll just leave all those as is. And this is where we get to the most annoying part of using tiles using the current tile system. Because you'll notice that our tiles are laid out in a very chaotic way. So now we're actually ready to start painting using our tiles. To do this, I want to switch to the brush mode. The shortcut for this is of course B. And now we can start selecting tiles inside of our tile map. So say we want to select the corner right here, and then simply move our mouse into the scene view in order to start placing these. You can also select multiple tiles if we want to paint more at a time. So I'm going to start painting away on a tiny level. You'll notice if I switch to the game view now, I have these weird ugly lines. The reason why is we need to go to edit, project settings, and then quality. And in here we'll make sure to disable anti-aliasing.
What was it? Way too fast. 2 times speed.
These weird ugly lines. The reason why is we need to go to edit, project settings, and then quality. And in here we'll make sure to disable anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing is meant to blur out edges in 3-dimensional graphics, but since we want very hard edges here in order to not see between the tile maps, we definitely want to have this. Now I have these weird quality, and in here we'll make sure to disable anti-aliasing.
Where is anti-aliasing? I am not seeing it. I'm going to assume that is okay for now.
Anti-aliasing is meant to blur out edges in...
Alright, let's just make ourselves... Let's do this now. Let's make ourselves a little... Aha, so I still need to make another tile for the inner, which makes sense. I know I was forgetting something. But yeah, so I could just have this as a sort of starting area. Honestly, I think this makes more sense. Okay.
In 3-dimensional graphics, but since we want very hard edges here in order to not see between the tile maps, we definitely want to have this disabled.
So in my game view, this looks fine. I'm not seeing those harsh lines. I think that is a thing that's probably been fixed.
So I've laid the foundation of my tile map here, and I want to move it kind of into the vicinity of my camera. So I'll take the selection tool, select the entire tile map, select the move tool, and then move it over. Some other tools that are handy is if you're using the brush tool and want to erase, we can simply hold down shift in order to do that. We can also select the box tool. Using this, we can fill a rectangular part of the map. We can also select a tile by using the mark tool. I normally just use this by holding down control and picking the tile that I would like to paint with. And finally, we can use the bucket tool, the one on the far right, by hitting G, and this will fill out holes using the selected tile. So I think I'm going to paint some water into my scene here. I'll see you in a second. I'm also going to surround it with some grass. So now I'm satisfied with the base of my tile map, but I definitely want to overlay some objects on top of this, especially want to add some rocky parts to my level. And you'll notice if I just select this and start painting on top
I see, he's making it top down.
really weird. And the reason why is that parts of these tile maps here are transparent, so we need the base layer to still be underneath. Luckily, we know that each tile map acts as a layer, so all we need to do is go into our grid, right-click, go into 2D, and create another tile map. And we can now rename it to tilemap_rock. We also want to make sure to set the ordering layer for this to be greater, so that all of the tiles that we paint appear on top. I'm just going to set it to 1. We can of course also put it on a separate sorting layer. Now we'll switch to our tile palette. We still want to paint using our ground tiles, but we want to change the active tile map from tile map base to tile map rock. And now, if we switch to the brush tool, we can see that we can easily start painting away with these rock stripes. There we go. So finally, I'll just take my camera here and zoom it out a tiny bit so we can see more of the level. And we've now created our first level using tile maps in Unity. Of course, there's still so much you can add to this, but as a base, that looks awesome. So other than the stuff that Unity has currently built into the editor, they've also created a bunch of tile map features which aren't yet integrated. You can actually find these on the Unity GitHub under 2D extras. I'll of course have a link for this in the description. If you want to use these yourself, simply hit clone or download, and you can download it as a zip file and open it right out in Unity. In fact, they also have another repository called 2D Tech Demos. I'll have a link for this as well. And this includes all the extra features along with example scenes. So if there's something you want to learn how to do, you can check out how Unity recommends you to do it. So that's pretty cool, and let me just go ahead and show you what some of this stuff is. So I've opened up the 2D Tech Demos, and I've created an empty palette here. And if I now go to the project and right click, I can go and create. And I still have an option called tile here, but at the very bottom, I also have options for animated tiles, pipeline tiles, random tiles, and a bunch of others. Let's just try out the animated tile. We'll call this one waterfall base, and this of course allows us to create tiles with animation. So in here we can define the number of animated sprites that you want to have in your animation. Let's set this to 5, and now we get 5 sprite slots. Let's take the first one here, let's search for waterfall, let's select the first one here, let's go through and do that until we've selected all of them, all 0 through 4 here. And the rest of the things we can leave as is. If we now drag this into the tile palette, you can see that nothing really happens, but if we then take our paintbrush and make sure to create a tile map over here in the hierarchy, so right click to the object tile map, we can select our waterfall and paint it into our scene. And if we now hit play, you can see our waterfall animating. Of course, it's currently doing so really slowly. To change that, we can go under grid, under the tile map, and change the animation frame rate. Let's bump this up to something like 15. And now when we hit play, we have an animating waterfall. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this one and rename it to waterfall foam. And I'm going to go through each sprite here and change it to the bottom of the waterfall. So there we go. We now drag this into our tile map as well. Select our brush tool, select it inside of our tile palette, and suddenly we can paint with it. If we now hit play, we can see that we've added a waterfall to our game. And this is just one example of the extra features. Another one is the ability to set up rule-based tiles. If we go into the scene view and erase what we have, we can instead change our palette to one of the included ones. Here I'm going to go under terrain tiles. I'm going to select one of the tiles in our terrain here, and I'm simply going to start painting. And you can see automatically Unity recognizes what tiles are nearby and inserts the appropriate one. Of course, we could do all this by hand, but having a simple system like this just makes everything much quicker. And if we go inside of our tile map folder, under tiles and terrain tile, we can open up the example scene for this to see how Unity has laid this out. And we can also go under tile assets and select one of the assets, and here you can see all the different sprites that make up this asset. So the left here are rules, in other words, how the tile should be designed, and to the right here we specify a sprite that is designed in this way. So we have a filled one, we have one with 3 sides, we have one with 2 sides and a corner, we have one with just 2 adjacent sides, 2 opposite sides, and so on. If you want to set this up yourself, you of course need to create all the appropriate sprites donated in Jason.
Okay, what I recommend I do now is I'm going to prep not 2D outline. So I know he made a 2D game tutorial, I may as well, or like a 2D platformer tutorial. Excuse me. Yeah, so I'm going to open that up. And now I am going to go get some food because it is 7 o'clock. I am hungry.
I need to talk to you. We need help. We're being pushed to our limit by war.
So question
So I will return shortly. This shouldn't take long. I've prepped all my meals for this game jam, so I'll be back. I should probably put this on the be back screen. You can have music back. Have fun. Okay, I am back. I am now going to be eating. So we're going to be watching tutorials whilst I eat. I will mute my microphone because you don't want to hear me eating. But I got some fantastic macaroni cheese with naan bread. Ooh. So yeah.
So a question we get asked a lot is how to make a 2D game. Of course, this is a huge question to answer, but hopefully this video should help point you in the right direction. And this is actually filmed on our brand new video camera, so I hope the quality is alright. Apparently this camera has a pretty narrow lens, so we had to do this crazy setup to make it work. Luckily, making 2D games in Unity has gotten so much easier over the last couple of years. Ever since they introduced the new 2D features in version 4.3, we've seen a bunch of cool features and workflows for different aspects of working with 2D in Unity. Now 2D games of course come in a variety of different art styles and genres, and the tools that are right for you are going to completely depend on the game that you're making. But in general, we can split Unity up into two primary workflows: tile-based and sprite-based. The tile-based workflow is meant for games that are built on a grid. As the name suggests, you create environments by placing tiles, which makes it pretty fast and easy to create and modify levels. The sprite-based workflow, on the other hand, gives you more control, as it simply means that you place objects freely in the world. As a result of this, you can create more detailed and dynamic environments, but it might not be as quick. And on top of that, Unity is also working on some tools for vector graphics in case you are really fond of Illustrator. But regardless of what workflow you choose, we first have to create a project. So to create a new project, we go New, and your UI might look a tiny bit different here, but that's because I'm using Unity Hub, which is still in beta, but the idea should be the same. We can then select a name for our project. I'm just going to call mine 2D Game Example. We can then select a Unity version. I'm going to be using 2018.2. We can choose a location. I'll just use my projects folder. And finally, as our template, we want to make sure that we select 2D. Let's then hit Create Project, and Unity is going to open up a new empty project. And now we can see we have this empty scene with only a main camera in it. And because we made sure to select 2D as the template, Unity has set up some different settings on our camera and in our editor to work well with 2D. Awesome! Now, when starting with an empty project, I really recommend visiting the Unity Asset Store to find some assets to use for your game. Of course, if you want, you can always replace them with your own custom assets later. Luckily, there are some really great free assets available that we can use. I've gone ahead and compiled a list of some of my favorites. If you want to check them out, you can use the link in the description. In here, we have a pack for putting together cool pixel art caves. There is a pixel art platformer pack, as well as some more toony assets. All these are based around tiles, and so will fit perfectly with the tile-based workflow. If you want to use the sprite-based workflow, there's also an incredibly detailed art pack, as well as a top-down dungeon pack that would work great for that. Some of these also include characters, but I've gone ahead and added a few separate ones just in case. Now once you've picked something that you like, we have to get it into Unity. The way that we do this is by opening up the Asset Store window. So we'll go Window, we'll go under General and select the Asset Store. You can also press Ctrl 9. We'll then navigate to the package that we want to download. I'm just going to get the free platform game assets. It's right here, so we'll click on that. And once you find the asset, you can simply click this red button to first download and then import it. We'll then get this window where we can see all of the different assets that are included in the pack. And if there's something in particular that you don't want, say you already have a character and don't need this one, we can simply uncheck it. But I'd like to import everything, so I'm just gonna select everything and hit import. This one is called Bayad Games, and under here we have the free platform game assets. And here we can see a bunch of different subfolders with the different aspects of our pack. And most packs will also come with some kind of a demo scene. In this case, there's a demo folder right here. If we open that up and double click on the scene to open it, we can then go into the scene view and we can see this nice example of how you can combine the different elements to create a level. You can of course select the 2D Rect tool at the top here. The shortcut for this is the T key, and if you also make sure that you're in 2D mode at the top of our scene view, we can then go in and simply click and change different elements around. We can of course move them, rotate them and scale them as well. And so you can quickly start modifying these levels to make them your own. But of course we want to create our own custom level. So we'll go back to the default sample scene and we can now start dragging in assets to use them. And how you go about this is going to depend on the pack that you're using. This pack here splits up all the sprites into individual images. So if we go under, say, tiles and then PNG, we have some different sizes available here. I'm going to go under 256. I'm going to select the grass platform and drag it in. And that works right away. We have all of our different assets and each one of them is a separate image. So we can simply drag in some different images to sketch out a level. But what most 2D packs do is that they use a tile set. And a tile set is basically just a very large image with a bunch of sprites laid side by side. For example, if we go to the asset store and download the Sunny Land and open up the folder here, we can see that under artwork and then environment, in here we can see that there is indeed a file called tileset. And if we have a look at this, we can see that it's basically just a bunch of smaller sprites in one larger image. Now, if you want to learn how to create your own tile sets and set them up in Unity, we have a tutorial that I suggest you check out. But luckily, this package has done all of that for us. If we just select the tile set sliced here, we can see that they've actually gone in and marked all the different tiles that make up this tile set. And if we expand this arrow here, we can actually see each individual tile in our tile set. Pretty cool. And just like any other image, we can take any one of these and simply drag them in to the editor. Now this one is a lot smaller, but you can see it works just fine. So now that we know how to work with sprites, let's try and build out a quick level here. So we already have this grass platform here, that's great. I'm just going to place it here. Let's also add a background. So I'm going to go under new background, under PNG. I'm just going to select the low res version here, under background. And here we have another file. Let's simply drag that in as well. And we can see this looks nice in our camera, but we can also see that it's overlaid on top of our grass. And of course, we want our background to be behind it. For this, we use something called sorting layers. So to the right in our inspector here under the sprite renderer, we can see the setting called the sorting layer. If we click this, we can add a new sorting layer. This takes us to another menu where we can hit the plus sign to create a new layer. Let's call this one background. And if we want this to be behind the default layer, we actually need to put it on top. That's because this actually represents the drawing order. In other ways, we first draw our background and then we draw the default layer on top. And let's just go in and add another one here called the foreground in case you want to have some foreground elements as well. So now we can go into our new background and we can change the sorting layer here to background. And voila, our grass platform appears. We can also maybe add a coin to our game. To do that, we'll go under the coin animation. Let's go under PNG again. And let's just select the small version here. And as you can see, this has a bunch of different images. And if we go through these quickly, we can see that they make up an animation. So to add these as a single animated object, we simply select the first one, hold down Shift and select the last one. And we then drag all of them in. Unity is going to notice that we're dragging in a bunch of images. And so it's going to ask us to create a new animation with these images. I'm going to make a new folder for this. And I'm going to store all of our animation in here. Let's open it up. And let's call this the coin animation. Let's hit save. And inside of our animation folder, Unity is now going to create both a animation file as well as an animator controller. And this is currently named after one of our images. I'm just going to rename this to coin animator. And now if we select our coin, we can see that it has an animator component as well. If we go to the animation window, which you can always find under Window, Animation, we can actually go through each individual image in this animation. If we hit play, we can play through it. Or if we simply hit this button to play the game, we can see that the animation plays and repeats by default. So now we have an animated coin in our game. We can of course move this around and put it anywhere that we would like. And just like when creating any game in Unity, we can then add components to our different game objects in order to make them do different things. Say for example that we wanted this coin to have physics applied. Well, then we could go ahead and add a new component. We can go under physics 2D. And here we have a bunch of different components for adjusting 2D physics on our game object. I'm just going to select the box collider 2D. If we then go into the scene view and select our coin and hit F to focus on it, we should be able to see that there's actually a green line surrounding our coin. It might not be too visible from the screen recording, but it is there. I'm just going to give it a size of 1 on the X. This way we can kind of see it more clearly. And the Y is just fine as it is. But adding a collider is not enough. If we want this to fall onto our platform, we also have to apply physics to it. To do this, we'll go add component and we'll search for rigid body 2D. This will apply physics to our coin, and if we now hit play, we should see that immediately our coin falls. However, because we don't have a collider on our grass, it's just gonna fall right through our platform. So let's here go and add a box collider 2D, and we can go in and edit the collider here, and I'm just gonna drag the top a bit down so that it looks like our coin is landing at the center of our platform. I'm also gonna take the platform and drag it down a bit, and if we now hit play once more, we can see that the coin falls and lands on our platform. We can also see that we have this weird issue where sometimes our coin is behind our platform and sometimes it's in front. And that's because they're currently on the same sorting layer. And not only that, they have the same order within that layer. To change that, we can go to our coin here and we can increase the order in layer. So if we set this to any value greater than 1, it will be drawn on top of our platform. I'm just going to set it to something like 10. And now when we hit play, our coin always appears on top of our platform. So that is kind of the very basics of working with 2D objects in Unity. And currently we're just using the default sprite workflow. We can take any of these objects and drag it around freely. In other words, we aren't restricted to a grid. However, because this platform actually has a bunch of different tiles in it, it would work great with the tile-based workflow. So let me just give you a quick preview of how that would work. If you want to learn more about using tile maps in Unity, we have a tutorial dedicated to that, so definitely check that out. So for now, I'm just going to take these two objects and remove them. And instead, I'm going to right click in our scene and I'm going to go to the object and create a new tile map. This creates an object in our scene called grid. And as you can see, this does overlay a grid on top of our scene. I'm going to set the cell size of this grid to 2 by 2. This way it's a bit larger. And under this grid, we have the tile map. We can also go and open up the tile set window. So we'll go window, 2D, and select the tile palette. Let's dock this to the side of our scene view. And the tile palette is basically just a window where we add all of our tiles and then we can select between them in order to paint them into our scene. So I'm gonna create a new palette here. Let's just name it something like grass platform palette. I'm gonna hit create and I'm just gonna store it in the base folder here. So hit select folder. And now we can simply drag sprites in here in order to add them to our palette. Of course, we have a bunch of tiles right here. So I'm just going to select all of them and drag them right in. And it's going to ask us where we want to generate all of the tile assets. I'm going to right click and create a new folder for this. Let's call it tiles. And let's hit select folder. It's then going to generate all of our tiles. And voila, we can now see all of our tiles inside of this window. And we can select any one of them by simply clicking on it. And by selecting the brush tool at the top here, we can then start painting them into our scene. We can also see that they don't quite line up with our grid. To change that, we need to select all of our sprites, and to the right here, we'll change the pixels per unit. And each of these sprites is 256 by 256, and we want each one of them to be 2 units wide, because we set our grid to 2 by 2. And so we simply need to take this value and half it, and that makes 128. So we'll set the pixels per unit to 128. And if we then apply that, we can see that they snap right into place. So I'm just going to use the paintbrush and eraser tool to paint a quick level here. Awesome! Again, I really suggest you check out our tutorial on tile maps if this is the workflow that you want to use. So hopefully that should give you an idea of what tools you have at your disposal when starting to make 2D games in Unity. Of course, this is only the beginning, and we'll be releasing new videos on the different aspects of making 2D games going forward, starting with player movement. If there are any particular subjects that you would like to see, like enemies, one-way platforms, or shooting, definitely let us know in the comments. Until then, I recommend just playing around with Unity and having some fun sketching out your own levels. Also, if you like this video and the content in general, consider supporting us on Patreon. Patreon allows you to make a monthly donation with an amount of your choosing. You can cancel it at any time, and it's just a great way to help us keep making these videos. Well, and that, thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks to all of the awesome Patreon supporters who donated in June.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity.
One of the most essential parts of creating a 2D game is of course player movement. And even though it's one of those basic mechanics that we often take for granted, creating a really good player controller can actually be quite challenging. In fact, it's something that even experienced programmers can spend weeks or even months of development time getting to feel just right. Of course, everything depends on what you want your character to do. Can he jump? Can he be controlled in air? Can he crouch? Can he wall run? Does he slide down ledges? What about animation? And so on. Now that might sound a bit overwhelming, but as always with game development, there are ways that we can cheat a little bit. If you're just starting out, I really recommend finding a good character controller online, simply because you don't want to be stuck doing movement when there are so many other aspects of game development that you should explore. Also, this video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with more than 21,000 classes on game development, tech, and more. And since this is a 2D video, I thought I would introduce you guys to an awesome course on creating a bone-based 2D character in Unity. This beginner-friendly course is made by game developer Vladimir Limachenko and prepared
Ta-da! Okay. That's my dinner finished. That was good.
a character controller that we can use as a base. But enough talking about it, let's give our player some moves.
Right. Before we get into that, I am going to create a base sprite. Actually, no. First, I need to create an inner corner. Excuse me. Right. So the idea for this one, I guess, would be... Hell, let me back it up
So
real
the
quick.
question we get asked a lot is how to make a 2D game. Of course, this
That.
most of the time when making a game
Did he
get
show
in
him
select
creating...
bad.
The
Of course,
inner.
definitely clean it up, add more detail, and overall just have fun with it. But that is the basics of creating tile sets in Photoshop. So that's pretty much it for this video. If you want
No, he didn't. Okay, cool. Or not so cool. I guess it would be mostly a case of saying... hell, I could probably turn that off and just work in this. So God, I need to start from the top up, from the top down. And then if we basically just get rid of this. So yeah, we'll just, for now, sort of go ahead and set this up. Stick some of this in here. Of course, cut it back down quite a bit. Out and around. And then some more this deeper stuff. Stick some more actual grass around this area. Like this. God, I've kind of gotten rid of all of that, which wasn't the idea. That just doesn't look that good, but I mean, it doesn't look awful. Let's see how it looks in with with some of the others. That looks fine, probably, right? What are you? Hello, hello, hello. So we've got this piece now, which should, if we stick them all in the same group, no, just get in there. So Global Game Jam is basically it's a worldwide 48 hours to make a game, pretty much. That's the overall gist of it. It's an event held by a couple of agencies, a couple of groups, to just sort of give people a reason to get together, create some stuff, have a good time, and see what you can make in that limited period of time. You get given a theme. The theme for this year is Bubble. And then from that, everyone gets that 48 hours to make whatever they would like. And then submit it and see what everyone has done. I'm currently working on the start of a tile map for a platformer that I'm trying to make. And we're going to see how that turns out, basically. I believe anyone can enter. I'm not sure how the sort of entry process works, though. That's something where, because I was entered through my, well, not entered, I entered through my university, who were running it. However, you should be able to find online, if you just search up Global Game Jam, there is at least a website for it. And from there, you may be able to figure a way of signing it. I wouldn't be the one to know exactly how you would go about doing that. But yeah. And then we just drag this. Alright, let's see how this works now. Hey, there we go. That's not perfect, but it's certainly something. What I honestly might do, if I restart this again, kind of, so the main issue with it, like visually, is these bits on the sides. So if I go in here and just sort of get rid of, which layer did I do it? Ah, okay. So the actual issue is these ones. Got it. Yeah, let's see how that goes then. Once again, I need to do this. Trim to selection. Flip like Tucker. Get out of there, you. Right. You, I want to... stick down here. Is that? No. Yeah, so that's not quite right. Okay. That's fair enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. What I'll do there then is move that up a bit there, move that down a bit there. Just gonna outright get rid of that. It's not worth it. Let's try that out. Nope, not like that. Like that. I'd say that's not half bad. That's not awful. I'll take that. Right, once more, importing the entire thing. Excuse me, just to import it again. Multiple 32.
And overall just have fun with it, but that is the basics of creating tile sets in Photoshop. So that's pretty much it.
Is this the right one? Yes. Just check I set this up properly.
Making your game art in tiles can be beneficial if I switch to the game and then simply like tilemap underscore base, a grid. That's because we want to set the filter mode to point so it doesn't get blurred out. And we can also go down here and disable compression. Now if we apply these settings.
Okay, cool. That's all I needed. Slice, slice, apply. New tile palette. Ground tiles. Create. Damn, no. My bad, actually. That's safe. Right? Sure. No, you're not meant to be in there. Saved it in the wrong place. And it also undid this. Great. That's exactly what I wanted it to do. There we go. That's a lot better. So create a new palette. ground tiles. And instead we're going to stick that in pallets. And then just stick this in here, right? Cool. So now we can once again do this. Let's move this camera along a little. Shall we? And how's this looking? I'm happy with that. It doesn't look perfect, obviously, but overall, not too displeased for a starting area. Now, before we move on, let's put back on that music. I am going to make my starter character. Let's not even bother with that actually, let's just... Yeah, hello Louis, how's it going? Let's make this 128 by 128. Let's make it 128 by 64 actually. Or the other way around. And this is going to be base, so on the right, Ellie. Well, good to hear you still had a good day, despite the trials and tribulations that you may have accomplished. You know what I mean. Right, let's get my trusty chibi gunts for the colour scheme. And then I'm just going to make a basic outline first, so we'll want, well, I don't know. Oh, you had a red warning, huh? Okay, no, that looks bad. God. I imagine that, yeah. I imagine that wouldn't end up going perfectly. I guess that's pretty good enough. Actually, let's just... I really don't want to start with the hair, actually. I don't know why I'm doing that. Yeah, he said he wanted to. Screw it, that's probably good enough to go back to Pixel. screw it. I guess this is version 1. I'm not gonna go too detailed since this is the like right at the start. Actually, I realised I could totally just... because it's pixel art, nothing's stopping me from doing this. I guess this looks like kind of like an overbite, which I don't want. That looks stupid now though. I guess I more just want this to come in sooner. And maybe this to be slightly up. Yeah, up. There we go. Oh, definitely not, actually. It might just be her face being too long, or too, at the back here. Like, I might want to do this instead. God, no. You know what, honestly, for now, I'm just gonna say screw it with this. We're gonna go boom, boom, boom. Okay. There's our base sprite. We can come to terms with that whenever we want. Actually, wait. Not quite yet. There we go. That's better. We'll ignore where the second arm is. Who knows? Right.
We can open up the sprite editor, and here we want to
Let's see this.
one of the base. But enough talking about it. Let's give our player some moves. Yeah. So we're here in Unity, and I've gone ahead and set up a simple 2D scene using the Sunnyland asset from the Unity Asset Store. I'll of course have a link for that in the description. There's not much in here. There's currently just a player which has nothing on him other than a sprite renderer, as well as a main camera, of course some different tiles making up our level, and I've gone ahead and placed colliders on the platforms as well as the ground. And then we have a few background elements. So since we're going to be using a character controller to help us with our movement, we of course first have to get it into Unity. Mine is right here on the desktop. I'll of course have a link to where you can download the script as well as the entire project. So I'm just going to take this and drag it into Unity. And right away let's select our player and
That's how small she'd be. I might want to double her size, honestly. Right, I'll be back in a minute. We are back at it again.
And drag a script on there. If you have a look at the different variables, background elements. So since we're going to be using a character controller to help us with our movement, we of course first have to get it into Unity. Mine is right here on the desktop. I'll of course have a link to where you can download the script as well as the entire project. So I'm just going to take this and drag it into Unity. And right away let's select our player and drag a script on there. If you have a look at the different variables that are in a script, we can
Should probably start the Visual Studio opening. Player
see that we can adjust a bunch of different things that has to do with our character. First of all, we have the jump force. I'm just going to set this to a value of 700. We then have the crouch speed, which we can adjust to slightly here. And this is basically how much we want to slow down when crouching. I'm just going to set this to something like 0.4. And so we're going to be moving at 40% speed while we're crouching. We can also adjust how much we want to smooth out our movement. I'm just going to leave that as is. Whether or not we want to be able to control the character in air, which I definitely do want to. And then we have to define this what is ground variable. And this basically just allows us to choose what layers we want to act as a walkable surface for our character. I'm just going to set this to everything and then go back in and remove the player layer because we don't want our player to be able to walk on top of himself. I'm also going to go to the top and change his layer to player. And then we have these 3 empty slots. The first 2 are what we call checks. And we use these to check whether or not we're currently standing on the ground so that we can determine whether or not we can jump. And if we're crouching, we want to know if there's a ceiling above our heads in order to determine if we can actually stand up again. And to make things simple, we're using these empty objects to determine where these locations are. Let's go ahead and create these objects. Let's right click on the player and let's hit create empty. And I'm going to switch to the move tool here by pressing W. And now we can see where the empty object is. I think this is pretty close to our ceiling check, but I'm just going to go ahead and move it up a tiny bit. Something around here. I'm then going to duplicate it by pressing Ctrl D and move this one down to the feet of our character. I'm going to rename this one to ground check and the other one to ceiling check. Just to stay organized. We can then select our player and drag our ground check into the ground check slot. And the same thing for the ceiling check.
I am going to go ahead and make those still. Let's make a... That's not how you spell player. Let's make a player empty and stick elegance under that. Then we'll reset both of these transforms, except making her too bigger. Although, does she need to be bigger? I'm gonna say, actually, let's just try it with her being this size. Let's lower her down to the ground, that's 1.5. Then move her over here, -5. Yeah.
The last variable here.
And yeah, we'll make a ground check, which we can stick down here, and a ceiling. No idea if that's how you spell ceiling. Ceiling check, and stick that up here.
The crouch disable collider we'll talk about later. But our character controller is now set up and should work just fine. However, there are a few more components that are required in order to make our computer work. The first one of these is of course a rigid body, because this will enable physics for our character. So let's hit add component and let's search for rigid body 2D. We will then open up this component. And the first thing that we want to do in here is probably bump up our gravity scale. In general, it feels nicer if your character has a larger gravity than other objects. It makes stuff like jumping feel more snappy. I'm gonna set mine to 3, but you can of course experiment. We also don't want our character to be able to rotate at all. We simply want him to move around the level, but always have him facing upwards. Because of this, we can go under constraints and freeze the rotation on the Z-axis. And now he should stay the same at all times. Finally, we need to go in here and add a collider for our player, because right now if we play the game, you can see that he simply just falls down. But it can actually be a really good idea to use multiple colliders when you're working with a player. This can help smooth out collisions or make them feel more realistic. One fairly simple setup that I really like is using 2 colliders, a circle collider and a box collider. Let's start by creating the box collider, so we'll go in here and add a box collider to the... Let's open it up, and we should now be able to see it, however, the background makes it pretty hard to see. So I'm just going to go into my main camera and disable the background for a second. And now when we select the player, we can clearly see between bounding bars. I'm going to hit F to focus on our player, and then going to press Edit Collider, and we now scale our collider to fit our player. One thing that I recommend is holding down Alt to scale on both axes. Well, the reason for this is that we don't want any offset on the X-axis, because since we are flipping the character, that's going to make the collider behave really weird. So I'm just going to bring this in, and I'm also going to bring it down on the Y. And finally, I actually want to completely remove this collider from the feet of our character. And that's because I found it works much better to use a circle collider here. So I'm going to stop editing this collider and add a circle collider as well. Circle collider 2D. Let's open this up as well. And we see right now it isn't really positioned in a way that we would like, so we can of course go in and offset it on the Y here, as well as press Edit Collider and kind of bring it in. And
Let's just do this. Let's just see what happens here right now. Where's she got to? God, she's falling fast. Okay, we need this tile map to have its own rigid body of some kind, I think. This could be completely wrong, but this is my intuition telling me that I think if we give that a rigid body, she still falls straight. Okay, so that wasn't right. I don't know what that means. Box Collider? Maybe? Okay, so a box collider would do it, but I don't think that's what I want.
And I'm gonna go ahead and move it up a tiny bit more. And if you slide on a value like this in the inspector while holding down Alt, you'll be able to fine-tune much more neatly. Something like that looks pretty good. I'm actually gonna adjust the radius to be just a tad larger and bring it up a tiny bit more. And finally, I'm gonna take the box collider and bring it down a tiny bit and inwards a tiny bit. There we go. Let's stop editing the collider, and we now have these two overlapping colliders. And we can already kind of see what the benefit of this is. Because say we want to move up a slope like this one, if we were only using a box collider, it would take the edge of this collider and kind of push it towards the slope.
Okay, that's fair enough reasoning. I'll do that. Okay.
However, since we're using a much more rounded shape, our movement is going to feel much cleaner when moving up the slope. And that's actually another reason which has to do with crouching, but we'll see that later. So let's move our player back up, and if we now hit play, we can see that immediately our player falls to the ground, and he's ready to start moving. So let's stop playing, let's re-enable the background here, let's select the player, I'm just gonna close all these components, and let's add our player movement script. Let's hit add component, search for player movement, select new script, create an add, and let's double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. And the script that we're going to be creating here is fairly simple. And the very first thing that we want to do is get a reference from our player movement to our character controller 2D, so that we can tell this script to move our character. To do that, at the very top of our script, we'll create a public character controller 2D variable, and we'll simply call it something like controller. If we then save this and go into Unity, we can see that we now get this empty slot. Press my left to get rid of.
Why is this character controller script then? I guess I am just going to download this. Oh. What's the readme say? I mean, I'd like to just code my own one though. So what have they got? Let's see. Jump force, crouch speed, movement smoothing. God. This is way more complicated than I would make it, like, ever. Let's just try and do it myself, I guess. Let's check Discord, what we got going on. Nothing really. So I'd make a... let's say 3F. Sure, why not? God.
Save this, and inside of Unity, so that if this function is called 60 or 100 times per second, doesn't matter, our character speed is still going to be consistent across all systems and platforms. And now this should work, so that's really easy compared to normal movement. All we have to do is check whether or not we press the jump key. So
I'd rather watch a more simple tutorial, honestly. One that's not using a pre-made thing, that's just creating its own. So, Unity 2D movement.
A moving and jumping player is the foundation of every platformer. And some of you have asked me if I could make a simple tutorial about player movement with Unity's old input system. So let's pull up Unity and see where the magic happens. I set up a small demo scene with some platforms, and each one of them has a sprite renderer and a box collider 2D. I also created some folders and imported my player sprite.
So when it comes to this tile map, am I supposed to like give it multiple box colliders? So I can do something like that. Because then also, if that were the case, I would... Let me just say that for the sake of saying that. So then I already know another box collider, which is for some reason that big. To just encompass this. But surely there's a way to do this like automatically. You'd really expect there would be, so I'm sure there is. This should work for now, right?
As well as a simple square for my platforms. Okay, let's create an empty game object called player and reset its position, rotation and scale. Next, we add a sprite renderer to our player and select our player sprite. To be affected by Unity's built-in physics engine, our player needs a rigid body 2D and a box collider 2D. I like to increase the gravity scale a little bit, but that's entirely up to you. Afterwards, we set the collision detection to continuous, the sleeping mode to never sleep, and the interpolation to interpolate.
Continuous, never sleep, interpolate.
We don't want our player's rotation to be affected by physics, so make sure to check freeze rotation.
Pretty sure I did that.
Let's create another empty game object called ground check as a child of our player and position it right at our player's feet.
Yep, done that.
Now it's time to give our player the ability to move and jump. Let's add a script to our player and open it up. First of all, we need 4 private variables. A float for the horizontal input, a float for the speed, a float for the jumping power, and the boolean that indicates whether our player is facing left or right.
Okay, I don't know about the need of the boolean, but fair. Sure, they've got 8 speed there. Let's do 8 speed here. I always like to create them as public variables in Unity specifically because I feel like I like the ability to see what's happening. Whilst it's happening.
We need 3 serialized fields to reference the rigid body, the ground check, and the ground layer.
You see, I don't. What is? Let me. Because I might as well be learning. What is serialized field? Let's see. Save and load the value. Oh, okay, right. Right. That makes some sense, at least. So you could still just make it public. It is literally just a case of... It's a public variable that can't be edited anywhere, basically.
We're going to add the ground layer later in Unity. In the update method, we parse the return value of input.getAxis raw horizontal into our horizontal variable.
Horizontal equals input.get axis raw horizontal.
This returns the value of either -1, 0, or +1, depending on the direction we're moving. In the fixed update method, we set the x component of our rigid body's velocity to our horizontal input multiplied by our speed value.
Okay.
Let's create a private method called flip. Create input multiple if is facing right is true and our horizontal input is less than 0, or if is facing right is false and our horizontal input is greater than 0, we want to flip our player.
That's a lot of complex things to just flip the balloon. Like, I might want to grab this from other places, and it's only, like, I could understand it if, like, just randomly out of nowhere something could get grabbed and taken, and, you know, like, flipped around without you wanting it to be flipped around. But that can't really happen in Unity. Like, without I would have to directly call the script that I'm flipping in order to flip it. So I feel comfortable with it being public. Hang on. 1 second. So if it's flipping right, and horizontal is 0f, or is not facing right, and horizontal.
To flip our player, we set is facing right to its opposite value and multiply the x component of our player's local scale by -1.
God. This is all just a really complex way of doing something that really doesn't need to be that complex. Whenever I see -1, I just get immediate, my brain telling me that there's going to be an imaginary number and it's going to get stuck into a square root.
Now we simply call our new method inside the update method. Moving should work fine now, but we're still missing the ability to jump. Let's create another private method called isRounded that returns a bool.
Will you say movement should work fine? Should we test that? Oh god. Don't know what that's up to. Just make it ground. So obviously we won't be able to jump yet, that's not what I'm testing here, but let's see. Oh god, okay. Yeah, so all that's doing is that. Which basically just means it's gonna look awful. In fact, it's gonna look worse than awful because, oh my god. Like, if I just walk one direction, it's fine. But then it's teleport, like... Is this because... It might honestly be because the script is on that instead of on this. Let's try sticking that on this. Rigid body, ground check can be ground check. This can be ground. Let's see if that works better. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I'm just going to change this to player. Oh god, I need to click my back, but it won't click.
To check if we are grounded, we use a method with 3 parameters called physics2d.overlapCircle. The first parameter is the position of the ground check. The second parameter is a small radius of 0.2. And the third
Let's just
by pressing the jumping power.
Skip to when he's finished that.
So
ground check dot position. Hello. 0.2f and ground layer. Okay.
in the update method, if we press the jump button and we are grounded, we jump by setting the Y component of our rigid body's velocity to our jumping power. And if we release
input, get button down, jump, and it's grounded. RB dot velocity equals new x2 RB dot velocity dot x jumping power. If
the jump button and our player is still moving upwards, we'll multiply the vertical velocity by 0.5. This allows us to jump higher by pressing the jump button longer, and jump lower by just tapping the
Can you stop automatically changing yourself, please?
jump button. Let's save everything and go back to Unity. First of all, I moved our new script to the scripts folder to keep things organized.
I already gave you that permission. Flippin' heck, come on. Okay, cool. And honestly, I could just stick the camera. Oh, I could just stick the camera onto the player. Never mind. At least right now, if I reset its position, that would probably be fine. Or not. Ah, because it'll be at 0Z now, right? Is that the problem? Yeah. Set those to 0, 0. Not the Z value. Okay, cool. So we got a system. We've almost accidentally got wall jumping. Let's give ourselves some dopamine and tick some things off. We'll do sprinting next.
So we'll write if.
Next, we need to add a new layer called ground and assign it to every player. Let's create a physics material 2D, set its friction and bounciness to 0 and drag it onto our player. This prevents our player from sticking to walls. Material 2D. Let's create a physics material 2D. Set its friction and bounciness to 0 and drag it onto our player. This prevents our player from sticking to walls. Last but not least, we need to reference the rigid body, the ground check, and the ground layer in our player movement script.
Okay, is that everything this has to teach me? So I believe from that I shouldn't struggle to make sprinting and crouching and stuff. Let's just check. No, we don't stick to walls anymore. Ah, but it's still counting us as being able to jump when we're against a wall, which that video didn't seem to care about apparently. I mean, that is just sort of a pseudo wall jump, right? We're not getting stuck, but I think probably because I temporarily turn off all these box colliders. Will we just fall through the floor? Yes. Okay. Let's fix that next then.
Here's how you can add an automatic dynamic tile map collider that connects in under a minute. Firstly, I have my tile map here with no collision at all. We're going to add a tile map collider component, and you can see the individual boxes on each tile map. We want to combine them, so we're going to add a composite collider 2D, which will help merge them. In turn, this will automatically add a rigid body 2D. We need to set the body.
Okay, tile map collider is a thing. That's probably good, I would guess. So let's add a tile map collider and a, what was that? What was that?
Body type to kinematic.
I know it was in this video. I was like, did this playlist really just start playing Sneaky Snitch? Comes a collider that adds a rigid body.
The collision.
Kinematic.
Detection.
Continuous.
To continuous.
Interpolate.
And the interpolate mode to interpolate. Let's also freeze the position and rotation. Finally, on our tile map collider, let's check used by composite to combine the colliders into one. On our tile map collider, let's check used by composite.
Tiny issue, that isn't a thing for me.
To combine the collider and rotation. Finally, on our tile map collider, let's check used by composite to combine the colliders into one. Dynamic collider. Subscribe for more.
It's going well, Eden. How are you? I have not spoken to you in yonks. How you doing? How you doing? I don't mind too much about that at the moment. Let's go back in here. Still pursuing Hartley's work. Something like that. Let's say so. Left shift, yeah. So I should be able to write sprint. That'll be fine. So yeah, just if inputs dot get button down. Sprint. And it's printed. Oh yeah. Turn that down to 10 and that to 20. I want to see how that works. I keep thinking I should like send a message to Hartley or Linstow just to like see how they're doing and tell them how I'm doing. But I keep always just forgetting to, or thinking maybe it's not the best idea. Are you kidding me? That's in this music. But I do wonder how they're doing. What do you mean input button sprint isn't set up? Here it is. I specifically went and checked. Sprint. Did I spell it wrong? Spur int. No. Input button sprint is not set up. Input manager. Okay, so if I name one of these sprint, then stick in positive button, left shift. I don't know about any of that. Joystick button 3 is jump.
Jump has to be somewhere else then, right? So type key or mouse button. X axis.
Okay, let's see. I don't know. That might do it. What are you course you doing? I am doing video game development. So whilst this technically isn't part of my uni work, it is my course. So. Oh god. Uh-oh. I think I accidentally went into a loop. That's not good. I probably didn't close that while, did I? I mean, I did. Theoretically. Damn, that's going to be Unity crashed, isn't it? Well, you know what? Thankfully, everything was saved. This is what Task Manager's for. I am at Buckinghamshire New University. What about you? Where are you? What are you doing?
Hansama 100 just followed.
Hello, thank you for the follow. I was confused for a second, I forgot what that sound was. God, right. No more creating infinite loops, please. Why are you... No, for God's sake. Not Unity, you're good enough. Let's just... Sprint. But yeah, what have you been up to, Eden? That will do. Ah. Oh right, okay. Did you enjoy that? Cool. Glad to hear it. What about after that? What did you get up to after that? Please don't make another infinite loop. Sick. That sounds great, man. Good for you. Nice. I've only been to the Olive White a few times, but it's always a nice place. I have great things to say about it myself, but I'm sure it's an interesting place to live. Oh wow, okay. That does sound nice. Alright. Fair enough. I guess because it's fairly cut off from things. Obviously, I believe you pretty much have to go for a ferry ride if you ever want to get off of it. and I could be completely wrong with that, but yeah, I imagine so. Plus, obviously, it'll be away from people, which you don't really want.
Hey everyone, today I'll show you we're going to be writing the dot get. We're going to make this 100 marshmallow, and we're going to make Right. Fair enough. To be fair, the town I'm in is pretty much exclusively the university. I don't think there's much else here. But obviously, since I am on the mainland, I can just get trains places as opposed to being sort of locked in by the island, by an island, like since you are. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine so. Because I know obviously you and Max spent a lot of time together for a lot of time, but I imagine that has made it quite a bit harder for that. God, I gave myself negative speed by quite a bit. Yeah, yeah. So it's to do with the anti-granted. Because preferably I only want to be able to sprint when you're on the ground. I mean, surely I can just else, right? Oh. No, I can't. Okay, that's given me infinitely scaling negative speed. Which isn't what we want. Honestly, I'm just going to get rid of the is grounded for now. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Are we looking for Discord? Right. So this at least should not ever give me negative speed. So that's meant to be 10. I don't know why that's... Oh, that's why. I changed the wrong values, didn't I? I won't be coding for the full 48 hours. I plan on getting 8 hours sleep both nights, so basically I'm looking at probably 30 hours of trying to make this. And then I'm just going to keep making it after Red Bulls. No, because me, Max and Isaac did a game jam at Sussex Uni, and that was only, what was it, 24 hours, and we decided to stay up the entire time. And that, well, me and Isaac did. Max went and slept. Yeah, you just end up being less productive, even if, like, it's just not worth it. So no, I will be going to bed over the nights. I plan on hopefully getting quite a bit done before moving off. Why is it doing that? Ah, because I'm adding the speed cap. Right, okay. So obviously I could change that variable. But I want it to be more like, more better than this. Like, doubt this will make any difference, but let's see. As long as I don't create another infinite loop, honestly, I'm good. Okay. So yeah, that's not working, like, as I want it to still. Jumping power, you're gonna be 16. So I believe that's what I stuck in. God. Right. Why does that feel so much more? Holy. Because when it was 10, that feels like nothing. What if it was 1 then? Okay, so 1 you don't even jump. 3 you kinda do. 10, I think 10's about right, honestly. Maybe 12? So I'm going to stick back in the and is grounded. I'm also going to stick in another else if, which is clearly is. Right, what has happened here then? Why is that there? That shouldn't be there. That should be there. Stick the same thing in there. But ideally, the way that this is set up, it should never go like my movement speed should never go below 10. Okay, cool. I immediately stop sprinting if I jump. I can't sprint in the air. Okay, this is all fine. I just want to make it so I can smoothly sprint. Like, smooth, sprint, build up, Unity. Maybe this one will have it. This one's showed up a bunch of times and I just haven't clicked it.
Turn your ideas into videos. Go to artlist.io and get everything you need all in one.
If you're trying to code a good player controller, sprinting, slope movement, and crouching should not be missing. So in this video, I'll show you step by step how to implement these things. As a base, I'm going to use the player movement code I showed you last time, so if you want it the easy way, make sure to follow along with this tutorial first. But of course, you can also use your own movement code if you want to. You just need to change a few lines. Now let's just get started with the first thing on the list, which is sprinting. For this, you want to make your move speed variable private, and instead add 2 public floats for your walk speed and sprint speed. From now on, you're only going to change these 2 in Unity, and the move speed variable will be changed inside of the script. And you're also going to need a key code for your sprint key. Now to code the sprinting ability, we're going to create movement states for our player, and depending on which keys you're pressing, the player will enter a different state. So to create these states, we're just going to use an enum called movement state, and in there we're going to define the states walking, sprinting, and air. Create new floats for your crouch move speed to walk speed.
Like, again, all of this is... this looks like it might be good.
Today I'm going to show you how to smooth values in the new input system. So for example, usually when you press a key on the keyboard, it returns either 0 or 1, but let's say for your character you want to smoothly interpolate between your input so that you can smooth out either the movement or the animation. For example, if I start running, you'll see that it'll start off slowly and then go into a full sprint, and this is because we are interpolating manually in the code. So unfortunately the new input system does not have a way to directly do this like the old one. For example, in the old one you can just call get axis, and even if you're on your keyboard, it will kind of interpolate the value for you, so it'll smooth out that value. However, for the new input system, we'll have to do that manually in code. So to better show you what's going on, I've downloaded this visualizer package from Window Package Manager Input System, and then under the samples, visualizers, and currently it's using this move input action, which is of value and control type of stick. So right now it's bound to the left stick on a gamepad and D-pad, which is bound to our keyboard, WASD. So if I press play and I press WASD, you'll see that it goes from 0 to 1 rather quickly, and you'll see that when I'm pressing on two keys diagonally, it'll stop at 0.7 and 0.7, and this is because this vector is normalized, and normalized just means this has a length of 1, and normalized is good for directional vectors, so you're going in a certain direction. So it doesn't interpolate for the keyboard, but if we use the gamepad now, you'll see that it does track all of the movements on the joystick. So with the gamepad, you're going to get these smooth value, because it does return all of the movements on the joystick. So to smooth this, we can do this manually in code. Quick thing I want to mention is that for these WASD values that we're using, it was normalized, so if you don't want it to be normalized, you can just put digital instead of digital normalized. Digital just means it's either 0 or 1, whereas analog means you get the full range of floating point values, which in this case for a keyboard, it's going to still be either 0 or 1, because it's a button that we're pressing. We're either pressing it or not, but that's basically the difference between these three. Alright, so in my third person scene, I already have a player controller set up with a player input component, and you'll see that what I'm doing here is in the update function, I'm reading our move action, which is a vector 2 with WASD and gamepad, and then I'm putting that into a vector 3, and then I'm moving the controller. I'm using the player input component, and make sure you're using the input system namespace. So you can read the value, but this isn't going to be smoothed out, especially with the keyboard. So before passing it into anything, we can smooth it manually, and there's a couple ways to do this. You can either lurk the value, slurp the value, or do a smooth damp. Now personally, I like the smooth damp because it kind of gives a feeling of accelerating at the beginning and decelerating at the end when you slow down. So for example, here's the documentation. It gradually changes the vector towards a desired goal over time, and you can use this for a vector 2, vector 3, or a float. For example, if you want to use it with a float, just use mathf.smoothDamp, and it's pretty similar in terms of the parameters it takes in. So Freya Homer on Twitter showed a good example of lurp versus slurp. Slurping is just linearly interpolating as so, same speed, while slurping has more of a gradual increase and decrease. And this Reddit post describes the difference between lurp and slurp. You can see that the lurp is over time, while the smooth damp is accelerating and decelerating smoothly. The slurp looks different because it's mostly used for directions and not for positions. So in this case, we'll go with smooth damp. So now we can smooth the input. If we do vector2.smoothDamp, you'll see that it takes a current and a target. So we have to keep track of our input. So let's just put a variable up here, and we can do private vector2, current input vector. Copy that name, and we can just put that one as the current. So that's our current. Our target is our input that we're reading now. Then we need a reference to the current velocity, which we need to pass it in here, and all that does is pass in a maximum script attached. If I press play, I've put the speed to 0 just to see. So if we run, we'll see that it does look like it's damping a little, but that's because of the animation. If I put it to 0, you'll see that it doesn't look very slow at all. And I'm printing out the values down here. So you'll see that once we press a value, it switches immediately to -1 or 1. But now if I put the value 2.2, for example, for the smooth, you'll see that if I press A, it'll go to the value smoothly over time. And it generally looks more smooth. And so you can do this for your input and both for your animation. So once you have smooth input and smooth animation, your character will look much more natural. And if it's slow, you can always increase your player speed so that it reacts better. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video and that it was useful to you. If you did, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that bell notification so that you can get notified on upcoming release.
Look, it means I can get through more videos quicker, you know? I'm on a time limit. Oh, God. I wish these... were just less complicated. Yeah, totally. Also, I have 0 attention span, but we'll ignore that.
Empty my mind. We've only got an hour. Gymshark. We do gym.
Did you know Experian is the UK's most trusted credit score? You can download the app for free. Easy peasy. Before...
Hello everybody, so I just want to show you here a quick little action that I created for a smooth sprinting. So I like my characters to not only jog at a certain speed, but be able to have a quick boost for a limited amount of time, but I like to be that sudden. So the current implementation, or the current way that you used to do this, when you press a key, it automatically goes to a specific speed, and then once you finish that, then it just sets it back to the default value, or whatever the value you have for the run speed, which in my...
Let's try this. So, public IE numerator. Starts run.
Oh, totally. I have no idea. No clue whatsoever.
is it not using system collections? There we go. Wait for seconds. 0.0 1F. We'll do. Hang on. 1 minute. Wait a tiny bit, then add a tiny bit. And then I can replace this with start sprint. Start code. Start sprint. Let's just see if that's doing anything. But I've got plans for a lot of games. Like there's one I want to make that's basically like this. Well, let's want to make one that's going to be basically a project for uni. I've got it on my to-do list board back there. How's that? First, I can't see. You can't really see my to-do lists, but one of my to-do lists is for a platformer. Another one's for a sort of cutout-ish. Yes, that's working. Okay. No, what if instead? Sorry. Yeah, for a cutout-ish 3D game, and then after that, I want to make a Resident Evil style survival horror game. That's going to be sort of my next goal after that. And then sort of see where we go. Really, I've got a lot of different projects. Change this to be a bit smaller. I think this is working. I think this is actually exactly what I wanted. And I think I'm a god. Stop sprint. Okay. So you see that right there? The whole, yeah, so that's not ideal. God. Okay, well it's greater than 10. We do not want negative 1.5 F to the 99. E to the 99, sorry. I'm good without that personally.
I jump, so if I stop sprinting, it goes perfectly. If I jump, then it like downs my speed. It's really like it doesn't know what to do. I mean, I can, hang on. I can say, or, is grounded. Pretty sure that's or. Let me just make sure that I'm putting in the right. Is or in C sharp. Yes. Cool. Let's see how that works then. Same problem, huh? So, while the sprint key is down and you are grounded, this is multiplying itself up until it reaches the speed cap. If the sprint key isn't down, I mean, yeah, you could definitely do something like that. I think that would be very suited to like a VR title, something like that. Because I feel like that would be more of a, you know, walk around an environment, find objects, find out stuff about the objects type of thing. Which obviously you could do. But if I were to make that, I would make that a VR title. But if you're not pressing sprint or you're not on the floor, then stop sprint. Which divides, so... Let's divide by 2. Fair enough. Uh-oh. Right. So the problem, it seems to me, is that okay. That's way too slow. Go too slow. Just removing a 0 though could definitely do it. The idea is to just not let it over divide, you know? I'm chilled to just do that, to be honest. The way the speed's ramping up, I like. I would maybe increase it a tiny bit. We'll see how that goes. But, let's see. Oh god. Oh no. Why was it still minusing? Come on. While movement speed is greater than 10. Well, that wasn't greater than 10, so why was it still taking stuff away? It's like maybe it started multiplying the negative numbers. Maybe it started trying to sprint again? I don't know. Yeah, like, why am I on negative 40? So it's... I hold shift. That I'm happy with, honestly. And the slow countdown, great. I'd make it a bit faster, and I will make it a bit faster. But what is happening when I jump? Why does jumping... Is it because of this stuff? I was going to delete that stuff and see what happened, but I realised no, that won't work, because... Let me just see quickly. If I just were to delete this, right? If I just got rid of it. Okay, I can't do that. If I just were to delete this, right? Does... Oh my god. If I just delete all of that and then put it back before but not save it, then is my sprint affected by anything when I'm jumping? Let's just check. My sprint? My speed. No. Okay. So this way it takes a second.
Let's make it take like that much. Okay, what happened there? Why now, upon pressing sprint, does my sprint just infinitely just go to 0? I can do a little dance. Where can we go? God. Right, also, let me just single no filter, no compression. Sure. 128, I think. Okay, now she's just invisible. Where did she go? Okay, she's back. So, she's still there. She's still there. She's small. Okay. Let's just make that smaller. Oh dear God. Right, but anyway, this... Obviously that didn't help, right? Obviously. I don't get the issue. In what world? Why has it decided? Actually, actually, we infinitely tend to 0. Why do we now infinitely tend to 0? Like, wait 1 second, -1. If is greater than 10. In fact, let's just do if is greater than 0. No. Let's do greater than 1. Realistically, I should do greater than 9. Greater than or equal to. Come on. Okay. Okay, we're not. God damn it. Okay. We're just gonna always be like, right, confirm that you are not going negative, please. At every point, please check if you are negative. If you are, stop being negative. Why are we 8 now? Right, no, because here's the thing, right? We shouldn't be blimmin' being... Maybe it's meant to be 11. Greater than or equal to 11. Unity! What is it doing now? There shouldn't be this many, but it was supposed to be so simple. Could that be it? God. You're not being helpful, Unity. Could I just... I see the issue. Right, okay. So, what was happening? This one is fine because it just gets when you press it down, right? The same as getting it up, just pressed when... So it would only call this once, basically. Problem is, every time... Like, every frame that you weren't on the ground, it would be calling this, and it would be restarting this while loop. So now that it's a for loop, now that it's just if, I mean, it shouldn't matter that it's calling it infinite times because it's only doing itself once. So, theoretically, all I need to do is just say this. Oh no, wait. Please wait, hang on. Oh my goodness. 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 Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We wait a tiny bit. -1. We don't need to be in a if because it's already in an if. We just do this, and that works, and we all are happy, and we all go home. No! Why are you negative 190? See you, Louis. Man, I'll try. I know why. Because you're doing it every frame, but you're waiting to do it, right? You're just being a void. Screw it. Just stop. Unity, my arch nemesis, and also my greatest lover. I don't know, man. I don't care, you stop instantly, but that's realistically not the end of the world. Oh my god, okay. You don't just stop instantly. Because of course it wouldn't be that simple. Why would it be that simple? It would never be that simple. It could never be that simple. There's no reason for it to ever be that simple. That would be silly. Why would it ever be that simple? I've got so mad I loaded up Block Blast. Help! Release me! Release me. You know when they say it's a hell of your own making? That's where I am right now. I made this hell. And just like that, I cannot escape. think that's why. I think. Come on. I'm gonna need another drink in a second. Alright, we got sprint. Right. So that's the issue I've got now. So if I... So this will now be being called every frame. Is the issue. Because there's only one frame where sprint is... No, right? Yeah. I don't even need stop sprint. I could just stick this here. There's no reason for me to have a function for that. Beep 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 beep. Beep boop boop beep. Well, your movement speed is less than your speed cap. Honestly, I think combining these is my biggest problem right now. Because all I need to do is get rid of that from there. Then I can make this into a while and make this just into this. Just do it. Like, it's going to result in some variability between the amount of sprint you have. But it should be minute enough that you don't notice. And then, hang on, hang on. At the end, after it breaks out of that while loop, if move speed is greater than speed cap, move speed equals speed cap. Blimey. If I jump whilst the sprint is still happening, testing how break works. Okay. That should do it. I think. I'm just gonna. If movement speed is less than 10, movement speed equals 10. Because right now, before I add crouching, and then when I add crouching, I need to remember to go into that and tell it also if you aren't crouching. Well then, honestly, I'm going to change some of these values because I think this is too fast. Let's try 6 and 12. You know what? So sprinting took me an hour and a half to add. I'm gonna go get myself some jam and toast. I'll be right back. And a drink. Oh, jeez. Ta-da. Should have left the music running for you. My bad.
There are many ways to move.
Input.get button down. So if we press down a certain button and the button that we want to check for is that we want to jump at right off platforms. You can see it's called horizontal here, and we can see the different buttons here. There's the left and right arrow key as well as the A and D key. So you can go in here and change it if you want to. And there's also one in here called jump, which currently has space as the positive button. If we wanted to jump on, say, W, we could simply write W here instead. In fact, let's try right-clicking on this jump entry here and hit duplicate array element. This is going to go ahead and create a new button configuration with the same settings. Let's rename this one to crouch, and instead of W, we'll use the S key. Of course, if people want to control the character using the arrow keys, we can set that up as well. We'll just create an alternative positive button. So here it will be up for jumping, and here it will be down for crouching. So now we've set up all of our input, and we're ready to make our character crouch. And doing this is almost as simple as jumping. We go into our update, we write if input.get button down. The button that we want to look for now is the crouch that we just created. And if this button is pressed, well, then we want to go ahead and crouch. So let's create a variable for that up here. It's also going to be a bool. Let's call it crouch, and let's set it to false by default. Then if we get the button down, we'll set crouch to true. And now down in our fixed update, instead of just passing in false, we'll put in our crouch variable. Of course, crouching doesn't work in the same way as jumping. We don't want to just quickly crouch and then stop. Instead, we want to stop crouching when we release the crouch button. In other words, we only want to crouch while holding down crouch. Luckily, we can also register whenever we release a button. To do this, let's go to the update function and let's write else if. So if we don't get a button down, we might get a button up. So we'll go input.get button up. And again, the button we're talking about here is the crouch button. And if we get a button up here, we'll set crouch to false. So now if we save this and go into Unity and hit play, we should actually be able to press down in order to crouch. However, you will really not see anything happen here. The reason why is that crouching is of course something that we display with an animation. Now we don't have any animations on our character. However, we should see that if we move and then try and crouch and move, we move at a much slower pace. So it is indeed working. We can go between crouching and normal movement, and that works just fine. However, one thing that we also need to have when crouching is of course the ability to duck under obstacles. For example, this platform here. If I currently select a player and we make sure that gizmos is enabled at the top here of our game view, let's open up our circle and box colliders. We can actually see them here. If we then try and move onto this platform, we can see that we're currently too tall to get under it. That's because of this box collider right here. What I've gone ahead and done is under the character controller 2D, I've added this crouch disable collider, so that if you set up your colliders in the same way that I have, we can simply take the box collider and drag it in there, and now whenever we crouch, the box collider is going to be disabled, and so we're only going to be using the circle collider. In fact, we can kind of see this happening. If I now press crouch, we can see that the box disappears, and if I try and crouch my way under the platform, it works. We can also see that if I try and stop crouching, so I'm going to release the button, while under the platform, it's not going to work, and that's because we set up our ceiling check correctly, so it's registering that there's something above us, and so we don't want to be able to stand up until we get to a point here where there's no longer something above us, and so we'll stop crouching. That's super cool. Of course, this currently looks a bit silly since we don't have the crouch animation, but you can see that behind the scenes everything is working as it should, and that pretty much includes this first ever character controller. From here, it's completely up to you to try and expand upon it and edit different settings to get the controller feeling the way that you would like it to. Of course, this character could really do with some animation, and animation is something that's really fun and simple to add, so if that's something that you guys want to see, definitely leave a comment down below. Yay! That's pretty much it for this video. If you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe and ring that notification bell so you don't miss the next one. Also, if you haven't joined already, make sure to check out the Brackeys Discord channel. It was created by some awesome guys from the forum, and it's a great place to talk to other developers, get feedback, or just hang out. You can join now by using the link in the description. Also, make sure to check out Skillshare. Simply click the link in the description to get started. On that, thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks to all the awesome Patreon supporters who donated in June, and a special thanks to Michael Neely, Clinton Vince Andrew Kilimenko, Cheetah3D, Alexander Blair, Cyborg Mummy, Jeff Paulson, Dennis Sullivan, Superman the Grey.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes it.
Something you always need when making a 2D game is of course a good camera. And trust me, if there's anything that's caused me a lot of pain and weird spaghetti code, it's cameras. Luckily, Unity has made the process so much easier by adding a really solid set of features called Cinemachine. And one of the coolest things about Cinemachine is that, unlike this guy, the cameras never run out of battery. So in this video, we'll turn this boring scene into this. But first, this video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with more than 23,000 quality classes on game development, tech, and more. With our channel kind of having a 2D theme at the moment, I thought I'd mention their complete 2D game guide. This guide is made by Christopher Navarre and gives you a complete crash course on how to develop 2D games in Unity. Plus, it also teaches you how to manage prefabs, use C# scripting, and much more. A premium Skillshare membership gives you unlimited access to all classes for less than $10 a month. So to get started, simply click the link in the description, and the first 500 people will receive the first 2 months for free. Alright, let's jump into the video. So Cinemachine is actually one of those parts of Unity that isn't included by default. Luckily, we can really easily get it by going to Window and opening up the Package Manager. Let's then take this Package Manager and dock it at the bottom, and you can see all the different packages that are currently included in our project. We can also go to All in order to get a list of all the packages that are available to us. Let's find Cinemachine, and let's go to the right here and hit Install.
And that is all we need to do. We now see that in our project we have Cinemachine, and it says that it's up to date. So now to start using Cinemachine, we'll go to the top here where it says Cinemachine, and here we have a bunch of options for different cameras that we can create. Of course, the camera that we want to make is a 2D camera, so we'll go to the bottom and hit create 2D camera. And right away, this might look really weird, but fear not, what's happening here is actually fairly simple. So basically what we just created is what we refer to as a virtual camera. You can see over here it says Cinemachine virtual camera. And the virtual camera is basically just like an empty object. It's not visible in our scene, and the only thing that it has is basically a position, a rotation, as well as some camera settings. However, what Cinemachine then does is that it applies all the settings of our virtual camera to our actual main camera. So if we go into the scene here and shift out of 2D mode, we can see that we now have our virtual camera right in the center of our world here, and that our main camera is at the exact same position. In fact, if we go ahead and move our virtual camera out, so we move it backwards here, we can see that the main camera follows. And if we go into our virtual camera and adjust the orthographic size, remember we can always use this in order to zoom in and out on a level. Let's set it to something like 5. This is also being applied to our main camera. You can see that now has the size of 5. And at this point you might ask, well, if the only thing this object is doing is just adjusting our main camera, well then why do we need it at all? Why don't we just adjust all this stuff on our main camera and be done with it? And we could definitely do that for this super simple setup. However, using virtual cameras makes it really easy to blend from one camera to another, because we can have multiple virtual cameras in our scene and then just have our main camera switch between them. So I'm just going to go down here and close our packages. We don't need them anymore. And now under this virtual camera, we can see that we have a bunch of different settings. And a lot of these we're just going to leave as is. However, one really important thing is that we can input an object here that we want to follow around. Of course, the object that we would like to follow is our player. So I'm simply going to take our player object and drag it into the follow slot. And right away, we can see that our camera snaps to our player. In fact, if I was just to go ahead and hit play now, we actually already have a fully working 2D camera. So you can see just how easy it is to set up Cinemachine and start working with it. Of course, Cinemachine is a really powerful tool, and there's lots of settings here that we can configure in order to change the way that our camera behaves. If we go into where it says body, we can change how our camera follows our player around. So let's start by just setting all of our damping to 0. Let's also set our dead zone width and height to 0 as well. And what we have here is probably the simplest way to drag around a player. The camera will always stay right on top of the player, and we apply no kind of smoothing to the camera to make it look better. Now let's make this a bit more sophisticated. Let's first of all adjust where we want.
Sure, I'm going to do that. Nope. Package manager. Nice. There you are. Where's OBS gone?
Want our character out by just see that our made it to something like 5 position. In fact, if we go ahead and move a position, of course the camera that we want to make is a 2D camera, so we'll go to the bottom and hit create 2D camera. And right away to make is a 2D camera. So we'll go to the bottom and hit create 2D camera. And right away, this might look really weird, but fear not, what's happening here is actually fairly simple. So basically what we just created is what we refer to as a virtual camera. You can see over here it says Cinemachine virtual camera. And the virtual camera is basically just like an empty object. It's not visible in our scene, and the only thing that it has is basically a position, a rotation, as well as some camera settings. However, what Cinemachine then does is that it applies all the settings of our virtual camera to our actual main camera. So if we go into the scene here and shift out of 2D mode, we can see that we now have our virtual camera right in the center of our world here, and that our main camera is at the exact same position. In fact, if we go ahead and move our virtual camera out, so we move it backwards here, we can see that the main camera follows. And if we go into our virtual camera and adjust the orthographic size, remember we can always use this in order to zoom in and out on a level. Let's set it to something like 5. This is also being applied to our main camera. You can see that now has the size of 5.
Wish you just zoomed out.
They're full of the map. Yeah.
A bit. You don't need to reshoot. You can extend your images on Adobe Photoshop. Just open your image, select the crop tool, and make sure that generative expand is.
And at this point you might ask, well, if the only thing this object is doing is just adjusting our main camera, well then why do we need it at all? Why don't we just adjust all this stuff on our main camera and be done with it? And we could definitely do that for this super simple setup. However, using virtual cameras makes it really, really easy to blend from one camera to another, because we can have multiple virtual cameras in our scene and then just have our main camera switch between them. So I'm just going to go down here and close our packages. We don't need them anymore. And now under this virtual camera, we can see that we have a bunch of different settings. And a lot of these we're just going to leave as is. However, one really important thing is that we can input an object here that we want to follow around. Of course, the object that we would like to follow is our player. So I'm simply going to take our player object and drag
Where is that follow? Is tracking target?
it into drag around a
Honestly, I'm happy enough with that. Let's do crouching now. So, how what public who can must crouch. Flap. Crouch check out. Public transform. No. Crouch check. If must crouch debug dot log. Yeah, I guess so, sure. So theoretically this should play if ceiling check. It should play if ceiling check is in the roof. Which, to be fair, currently it shouldn't be able to do. But let's say I magically didn't have my box collider anymore. Hell yeah, okay. So that's part one done already. So I'm gonna probably need to add another input. Vertical. Excuse me. That was scary. Right. Crouch. Left control or S. Left control. Left control. Left. Left control key. Code Unity. It's just one word apparently. Left control. Nope. There it is. What the hell? You know what? If that works, that works. Bye-bye. If input dot get key down, crouch, debug dot log, you crouch, no way. Excuse me. If input dot get key up, crouch, and must crouch, no. Debug.log, no way, you uncrouched too. Tile map, where is, oh god damn it, Windows. Tile palette, you go here. I'm going to paint, paint. You here. Wahahaha, etc. Right. So typically crouch is unknown. Why? I named it here. It should not be unknown. Maybe because it's here but it's not here? Maybe? No, crouch is here. Why? Like, it specifically is named. Why are you unknown? Seriously though, like actually why? Did I spell it differently? Crouch, crouch. Nope. Something of this street. Sprint works fine. Not a single problem with sprint, but crouch, that's going too far. Is it maybe? Because this already exists. Let's get rid of that. I'm doing sneaky stuff, maybe. Who knows? Not me. That's for sure. Wait. Crouch. Are you just saying that, or did I put that somewhere? Why did it work for sprint? Let's call it crouch down. See if that makes any difference. Should I change it to H temporarily? Just randomly. Okay. Should I change its name to test? This button to J. Okay. Save that, make sure that's saved. We're going to say test. Test. Test is unknown. Aha! I have found you, foul error. It's get buttoned down to you. Now I will crouch all I want. Probably. So we would then do, let's just turn off this.
My naming and testing conventions really, like... You crouched, no way. No way, you uncrouched too. Can't get up yet. Now there's a breath of fire. Now there's a breath of fresh air. The crazy crouching crash out. Holy. Tis the season to be bloody jolly. Like, I shouldn't be able to get away with naming a variable crouching right now. There'll be no crouch jumping in my game, unfortunately.
jump scare. Okay, it's now controlling itself. Help! Help! Play Kaibiv again. Okay, see you now. This is so sad. No way. You know what I want? I want a blast from the past. And by the past, I mean a few weeks ago.
Oh.
So I know these are all royalty through.
I haven't really listened to them this year, so.
Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we've chased are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands to the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands to the highways. And we'll go from life along the way, memories we hadn't played. I don't want no rest, echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. This will probably just make it so I can never sprint. Yeah, I just made it so I can never sprint. If get burned down sprint. Do.
Sid 75 just followed.
obviously. Ugh. Oh. How do I even delete chats in this? That was on Twitch. Can I? Nope. Is Kai online? Don't think so. Can I ban them from my phone? There we go. Gotta love the internet. Do you though? Right. Did I fix things yet or? I'm probably gonna make it 3. So it'll be insufferable otherwise. And the idea was not to make an insufferable game. I'm probably not gonna go for too much longer tonight. Ideally,
let's sprint jumping, if I can. But then I'm probably going to hop off developing for tonight. Maybe 2 wasn't it? Let's see. Only one way to find out. Hey.
But that's old news.
Let's take it back to the top with another special hit. Hey. I got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, let's jive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the problem is it's going to contradict so much of the stuff that I've already written. Both sprint jumping and sliding. Because both of them are basically, if you hit crouch whilst you're at maximum speed, or if you hit jump while you're at maximum speed. Why do we even want to lose all momentum when jumping? You should stop increasing speed when...
always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah. Fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Flip a deck, Tucker. Come on. Is right. Like, so clearly ground check is like hitting too much. You know? It's done nothing. Yeah, okay. So what this is doing is stopping me from like sticking to the wall, but it's not stopping me from jumping. Ground check side of wall 2D. Wherever I go, I find this Go, 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 go. You could get an array. Like, that sounds good, but it's so jargon heavy that, like, I don't know what they're yapping about. No.
With Asana, AI teammates can help level up your goals by connecting them to relevant projects.
Hey guys, more Blakey here and welcome back to another tutorial video. Today is part 2 of our Unity tutorial series and we're going to be focusing on a ground check. A way to ensure our player can only jump once by detecting when the player is grounded. We're going to look at 2 main ways this can be done and how you can do both. All the scripts on today's videos are available on my Patreon alongside a ton of other benefits, which can be found by the link in the description. Now let's get started. So the first method we are going to use is a box collider check, where we check the collision between the player and the ground. And the second is using a method known as raycasting. Let's start with the collision check. So following on from the last video, we have our player here with a box collider already around it. We select this square platform here, which we can just rename the platform. And now if we select our player, we have our player movement script from the last video. I'm also going to handle our ground check from here. Let's double click to open this up in Visual Studio. So what we're going to do, I'm using a new function called on collision enter. Let's just type in void on collision enter 2D. Let's change this parameter to other. Now in here we can check for collision with other objects. We can check for what tags they have and things like that. Now we're going to give our ground platform a tag when we get back into the editor. And then we can check for this in the script. So what we're going to do, we're going to check if other.gang object dots compare tag in the brackets and then quotation marks. And inside these marks we can just type in ground with @g. And we use curly brackets to open this up. And now we create a boolean which we can set to true or false depending on if we are grounded or not. So at the top here, we don't need this to be public, so we can just do false to rounded. Now in here we can just set rounded equals to true. Now back in the editor, let's create a tag for our platform. Let's select our platform here. Go to the top of our inspector and select tag. Press add tag. And then we just type in ground with a G in the same way we did in the script. And then back to our platform and add this tag. So to test if our ball is actually changing, we have an issue here because we can't actually see it in our script because we haven't made a public variable. But what we can do for the time being is go to the top of our inspector here and there's these 3 little dots. Let's select this and change our mode from normal to debug. And you can see a bunch of extra floats and values there. We don't really care about at all. But if we scroll to our script here, we can see our grounded call here, as well as a few other things that are part of our script. We don't want to see any of these, we only care about our grounded. And this is a nice quick way of checking if our booleans are being changed or not. So what we can do here, I'm going to drag my flag from the top of the screen. So we have enough time to see if it starts off as false. And if we press play here with our player selected, you can see grounded was false the whole time, when the minute we touch the ground, it turns to true. But the issue right now is if we jump, you can see it actually stays to true. So what we're doing here, we are setting our grounded to true, but there is no way of setting it to false. So it's permanently grounded. So back in our script, we're going to do the opposite of this function, which is on collision exit. So let's do void on collision exit 2D. Change this parameter to other. What we can do is just copy this. place it in here and set grounded to false. So when we collide with the ground, we set it to true, and when we leave the ground, we set grounded to false. And now if we select the player again and scroll to our script, you can see it starts at false, here sends it to true, but if we jump, you can see it actually goes to false again, which is great and our ball working. But at the moment, we can still go for jump and triple jump and many if we want, and that's because we're not actually applying our grounded boolean anyway. So back in the script, what we can do here is where we check for our jump input, let's just add if grounded as well. So if we press the jump button and the player is grounded, then we can add that false. Now if I move around, I can jump. If I try and spam jump, you can see I actually can't anymore. And that is our grounded boolean coming into play. Now this seems great, but this method does come with its issues. If we quickly set time steps mode from debug to normal, if I set my platform here, just copy and paste this, I'm going to move it up here, I'm going to rotate it by pressing E on my keyboard. If I press play now, I can jump on this platform, and right now, grounded is actually set to true. You can see if I spam jump here, I'm very slowly jumping. Obviously this is not what we want. So one thing we can do to combat this is check the direction of the collision that our player is hitting. We can do this by creating a new vector 3, so we can do vector 3, we're going to call this normal, because we want to access the normal of our collider, and then we're going to set this to other, so we're accessing the other game of the trip, which is our platform, and we're going to do get contact, and we're going to get the first contact with the player receiving, so that's going to be 0, and we're going to access the normal of this contact point. Now that we have this vector, let's check if normal is equal to vector 3 dots up, and if that's the case, then we can set our grounded equal to true. So just copy and paste this, remove it from here, and move it into our condition here. So if the normal vector of our collider is facing upwards, then grounded is equal to true. Let's test this out. So with the second platform here that is at right angle, we can test it. But before we do, let's go to our player and make sure on our rigid body that freeze rotation on the z-axis is enabled. As we go on our player to be able to rotate left and right, so now we can test this. You can see on our normal platform, can indeed jump and grounded is enabled. But if I go to our wall here, grounded is no longer being enabled. So that fixes that issue. So in your case, on collision enter could work great. But another issue we could face is if your game has slopes like this, you don't want the player to be able to go up this, and currently, because the normal of this collider is not directly upwards, grounded is not being set to true, meaning we can't jump. So let's remove this platform, and now we're going to look into our second ground check method, which is raycasting. Now, raycasting in Unity is a physics method in which we can cast a ray from an origin point.
I'm tempted to just say I've got wall jumping. Yay, I've got wall jumping, guys. Yay, this was intentional. Ooh. Ooh. It's the eye of the devil. Well. Where's my movement? Excuse me. You know? I don't know what this is going to do. Genuinely, not the foggiest. I'm willing to find out, willing and ready to find out though. Reload that to main. You import those assets. You seen view that repaint. You complain. Again. Again. You import those assets again. I love programming. I want to be able to slide. How do I do it though?
I have no idea how well this is going to work. This is a good test. We'll see. I could see this working. Oh my god. I think that works. Ah. It does work. Tiny issue. Tiny issue that I know how to fix. I think, at least. Well, you know what? I'm thoroughly chuffed with the progress I've made, to be fair. In 7 hours-ish. I'm glad I did stay up to make this. Typically, you turn where you want, but if you're sliding, you can't turn until you finish sliding. Hell yeah. Well, I think that all works. And I think, if nothing else, that is time to put the stream to an end. God, my face. Don't want to wake up to that. There we go. Right. God. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna set my alarm for 9 hours from when I go to bed, or from when I'm like in bed, and then we'll be back to it. So yeah. Looking forward to keep going. Got a lot of things to do, and obviously in the morning I'll have to shower and stuff before I get on. But yeah, it's gone well, but I have a lot to do.